think he had the most prepared thing.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair then.
I thought we would go like one each.
Oh,
In order.
I kind of like that. Do you want to start with honorable mentions then? Just see how it like.
Yeah, let's just everyone do their honorable mentions.
Okay.
Okay. My honorable mentions for this generation.
Wait, real quick. If it's on your list somewhere or if it's in your honorable mentions, you gotta say if it comes up.
Yes. Yeah. You don't have to say what position it is.
Yeah.
Just say that's on my list.
So my honorable mentions are Uncharted 4.
Didn't make it for me.
That was an honorable mention for me.
I forgot it existed, and I think there's a better Naughty Dog game this generation.
Yakuza 0.
It didn't make it, but that deserves a shout, because that game is... I didn't finish it because I hate the combat.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the combat, but like the storytelling in that is just...
Oh, and the side quests and stuff, they're hilarious. Like, they're so good.
I had frustrations with quite a few of the side quests.
I just think about the chicken bowling one.
What?
So...
I just know that is absolutely ridiculous.
So there's there's a side quest in Yakuza 0 where you're trying to you're trying to win like a turkey dinner by rolling a turkey at the bowling alley.
Yeah.
But they don't actually have a turkey, they have a live chicken, and that chicken can then go manage your like strip club things, and it has the highest stats out of any of the managers.
And it's not the strip club, it's the
like
one.
The what?
It's the properties one.
Oh, the properties. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like real fucking funny.
Yeah.
Okay, fill them in as...
The great thing about Yakuza is you can pretty much do anything. If it's in that world.
Fill them in on the doc as you do it, by the way. I guess I'll write the first ones for you. I'll write them in as we're saying them. Whoops. 4. Okay, and then you said Yakuza 0?
Yep.
Okay. What else?
Those are my honorable mentions.
That's it?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't want to put too many on.
I have like 6.
I put Final Fantasy 12 Soul Arcade if you want in there. It's just... I'm not unsure whether that would fall on the list, but... if you're going to put another honorable mention, I want to Sayonara Wild Hearts on there.
Very, it's not on mine, but I thought about even putting it on my list.
It's a very short game.
I think it uses that time so well.
It's possibly the best hour and a half I've had playing a game this gen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's just such a chill game to play.
Mm-hmm.
And the music's so good.
Yeah. So far, you said Uncharted 4 was on your honorable mentions, right, Ryan?
Yep.
That's it then. Yeah, that's it. I'll go next then, since I'm next on the list. Okay, my first one. Picross, just all Picross games, total. I love Picross. I'm a Picross whore. I've played Picross 3D on the DS, Picross 3D Round 2 on the 3DS. I played 6 different Picross games, or 7 now, on my Switch, which that doesn't count technically, but I have one on my phone. I love Picross. More people need to play Picross because it's just so chill and relaxing. I was actually playing it this morning while watching the snowfall. First day of snow here, by the way.
Nice.
I'm jealous, man.
Yeah, it's done snowing now, it seems, but it was really cute when it was falling. Okay, next up, another one that you guys won't have, Magic the Gathering Arena.
Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna have that.
No.
It's not my favorite, you know what I mean? But I play a lot of it, and I think they've done a really good job with the monetization system, and it like you're able to play at a very high level, even if you're free to play.
Right.
And then I think they've just done, yeah, like they're the most fair, I think, out of all the digital card games I've tried in terms of monetization, along with being the most fun. And like I think Magic's just, it's a tried and true thing. I mean, it's like 30-something years old. It's like, I played a lot of Hearthstone, which, funny enough, Hearthstone is another shout now. Well, I don't love it anymore. I think it's been such a, I played so much of it. And then I think what the stuff they're doing with Battlegrounds now is really cool. Like their auto chess style mode, so I thought I would just give it a quick shout. The next two, I'm going to say at the same time because they go together. Pyre and Hades.
Okay.
So I have a Supergiant game on my list, on my like top 10. I just didn't want to put multiple, I guess, on my favorites list, and I think this is the only one that deserves to be on my list. Pyre and Hades, though, both are amazing games. I mean, like, people are talking about Hades right now as game of the year, like some people,
Yeah.
and I think it is up in that contention.
I think it deserves to be in the conversation.
Yeah, I think it might be game of the year, honestly, because I've put, I think, 70 hours in now. I think about 50 of that was just in early access, and it's really good. Like, the gameplay is just so tight. And then, one of my favorite things about Supergiant games is the storytelling in all of their games. It's just been so good. Funny enough, my friend Kira, she just popped up that she's playing Hades right now on Steam.
Yes. They're one of those developers you just know you're going to get a great game out of.
Yeah, I don't think they've made anything less than, like, in my opinion, like a 9. And I think, like, the worst game, Bastion. Like, I think Bastion's the worst of them all, personally. But I think it's still amazing.
Oh, see, I'm completely different. Like, I want to see it like Bastion almost remastered and redone.
I know a lot of people think have Bastion as their favorite Supergiant game, but I think the story just wasn't there for me as much as the other ones. And then, yeah, I think they're all amazing though. But I was really hesitant with Hades because I was afraid the story was gonna suck when they first announced it 2 years ago, I think, and for early access, and as a roguelike, I was like, that I don't know how you're gonna make a story that makes sense or matters in a roguelike and in like an early access game. And then I was just blown away when I started playing it. Like, I think it was back in June, maybe. No, it was April, I think I started playing Hades, and it's just only gotten better. It's just blown me away with how amazing it's been. And then Pyre, I think it's underrated. I think a lot of people didn't give it a shot because it's a sports kind of game. But I really think the story just really super, super cool. That having to choose which of your party members you save from like the underworld.
Say it has some sort of like XCOM-y permadeath stuff, doesn't it?
Not permadeath. So what happens is you're doing these trials or rites to try to leave this like underworld-esque place. And like you're playing the sports game, and if your team wins like the sports league, you choose one person at the end of the season, basically, to send back up to the real world. And there's all this like stuff going on, like in the real world that you're getting hints of, and you're sending back people to like go help the real world and stuff.
Right.
And like you choose like, so if you lose, then one of the people you lost to gets sent up. And they all have like different teams, and they all have really interesting characters on each team. And there were points of like I almost wanted to lose, like to let the other team get to send up somebody, kind of thing, because because the characters were like the side characters were so interesting, and like they weren't bad. Like it was never like you were fighting bad people. Everybody had their own reasons for wanting to go home. And it was just really well done, like, story. The gameplay I thought was fun. I didn't think it was their best. I think it probably was their worst gameplay-wise. But the story was just magnificent. A couple more. They'll be a little bit quicker. Into the Breach.
Yeah.
FTL was last gen, I believe.
It was.
Yeah. So, but Into the Breach, I probably put a good, like, 20 hours into it. Did, all the different things. God of War better be on this list. Sophia, we'll get there later.
Never.
Into the Breach, though, it's like I've never felt so like the battles are so small scale and strategic, but they never felt bullshit like XCOM. They always felt like you had the tools, no matter what build you're running or no matter what was going on, to be constantly in control and constantly win in a way that was not too hard or too easy, but like if you had to be smart. It was just one of my like amazing thing, and I loved how quick it was. I played it on Switch Overwatch with friends. I played it on Switch, which it's on other platforms as well for this generation, so we'll count it. But just the ability to play like quick games on the go, like riding the bus and be able to play like 2 or 3 missions, and then just stop, get off, be done, was just also added so much to it. Oh, I need to change the title. Yeah, I didn't realize. I was like, I think you're talking about adding that to the list.
Yeah, so specifically Overwatch with the friends. Overwatch without friends does not make the list. I forgot to add one of my honourable mentions anyway.
I think yeah.
I have a little. It might be with my microphone situation.
Okay, missile a little low. I'll turn him up.
Overwatch with friends is on your honorable mentions.
No.
Actually, I'll turn up.
I was just saying Overwatch with friends, like Overwatch with friends makes a list, but like Overwatch without friends doesn't.
That's true. I turned up both Ryan and Missile a bit, so they should be at the same level as me now.
I was also leaning back.
No, but both of you aren't going to like the one honorable mention that I forgot to mention because I was leaving it till last and they got caught up beside our Wild Hearts.
Oh yeah, what was that?
God of War is some of my honorable mentions.
What?
It's not on.
Yeah.
It's not even on my
It's on my
list.
list.
It's not even on my
talk about
list. It's not on my list or my honorable mentions.
I think God of War will absolutely be on the like.
Oh wait a minute, Riley, you haven't played God of War, have you?
That's why, because I've not
Okay.
played God of War. It's not of my favorite games.
God of War will 100% be in the conversation for like best games this gen, but it almost made the list.
Yeah,
And
Riley,
I really
you
did
better...
enjoy playing it. I just don't have. When I think back on playing it, there's nothing that I really think of like.
Oh, it's so good.
Like, yeah, like storytelling and gameplay wise is amazing. But it's just when I look back on it, I don't remember anything that grabbed me as much as all the other games on my list.
I got 3 more. First one, Box Boy. It's a 3DS puzzle game published by Nintendo. It was made by like a couple people there.
Yeah.
It was just super chill, super fun. It had really interesting puzzles and mechanics. It's not the best game out there, but I love puzzle games, so I wanted to give it a shout. And then second to last, Pushmo / Crashmo. They're again 3DS puzzle games made by Nintendo. They're like interesting little like puzzles, and it's like it was a really cheap game, and it was really fun. I'm curious if that makes anybody's list, Sophia.
You'll see. We'll see.
Because it doesn't make my favorite games list, but it's on the rest of the thing. But yeah, Pushmo and Crashmo, I loved them. And then last one is Spider-Man, PS4.
Oh, it's on my list.
It's on my list as well.
It's not my favorite game generation. I love open world games. But
right.
it was like if there was a number 11, it probably would be number 11.
Yeah, okay. God of War was like specifically my number 11. It very easily could have got into my number 10. God of War. I actually swapped my 10 and 11 at the last second.
Oh jeez.
So
it's Spider-Man though. Again, the web swinging felt perfect. The combat was really good. I had issues with the story. Was it was a good story. It did feel very much like you could see everything coming, which is not a bad thing, but
yeah, there's also like some rushed and pacing things.
Yeah, there's towards the end. I don't want to spoil anything, of course.
As an action game, it feels so.
And stealth also had issues.
It is the best Devil May Cry game.
I don't know about that, because it's not that kind of game. It's not a platinum style game where you have these crazy combos and shit. I compare it much more to an Arkham or Assassin's Creed.
True.
Like the issue is. No, Sophia, because that's previous. I would say Arkham City and Arkham Asylum and Origins are previous gen, and I have a lot of issues with Knights.
That Batmobile that feels.
Fuck terrible. The Batmobile. Fuck the Batmobile.
So bad.
Oh.
Batman came out in a period of gaming where I wasn't gaming much.
Mm-hmm.
It was mainly around 2016 that I started really getting back into games.
That's somewhere on my list, Sophia.
Yeah.
But Spider-Man, just to end this real quick. I don't I hated the stealth. Was probably the reason it didn't make the 10. Going in and like, especially when you go into the bases and then you stealth a whole wave of enemies and then you just have to fight after that. That really irked me.
Yeah.
Now to Ryan's honorable mentions.
All right, honorable mentions. This hurts, and I kept trying to see if it could get in my top 10.
Farmington?
Stardew Valley.
Ooh.
Oh.
That's a good honorable mention.
Like, I've put in, I think, over 100 hours on Vita, probably 80 hours on PS4, about 40 hours on PC, and like 12 hours on Switch. It's just, it's so good. It feels...
I have 40
so
hours
damn good.
on Steam. I was just checking.
I haven't played it simply because the time management would stress me out so much.
That's fair.
It's actually on my short list, quite far down, but it's on my short list as far as games that define the gem.
Oh, yeah.
Because that game is loved by so many people.
It's so good.
I love that game, only as multiplayer.
Isn't it?
I really like the experience of just having this farming town with your friends, and
I've not played a single minute of multiplayer on
Wow. I see. I've only played multiplayer, really. I had a farm with my roommates freshman year, so 2 years ago now, and then that same time I had a farm going with Kira and Joey and Andrew and somebody. I think we had a fifth. I think that was just, no, maybe it was just, I think it was just 4 of us. I think the max you could have is 4, but all 4 of us just had such a good time doing stuff. Like Andrew would do the mining, I would be fishing or farming. Like, just we all had different things we kind of did, and it just made it super cool.
Yeah, that's interesting that you can do different tasks. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the real-time aspect of it just stressed me so much.
And I think that was very mitigated by the fact I was playing multiplayer, because you can get so much done.
Right.
With so many people.
I can see that.
Yeah, and then just, like, arguments about who gets to marry who, yada yada.
Oh, I didn't even think of that for multiplayer.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
My next honorable mention is Beat Saber.
I didn't have a single VR game. Fuck.
So good. So good.
It is really good.
I don't own VR, but like Beat
Saber's just a ton of fun. The next one is post-apocalyptic COVID Amazon delivery simulator.
Death Stranding.
Death Stranding.
I didn't have it because I haven't played it.
It's just really chill. The story is actually more engaging than I would have thought. It's like less. That's not true. It is super anime sort of deal, but like, and Kojima being completely up his own ass, but like, it's actually followable, even though it still doesn't make sense, really. But man, it's just fun and relaxing, and
I keep meaning to get around to it. Like, it's just there's so many games coming out. Like, I thought about picking it up right now, but I'm like, dude, is 3 weeks enough to get
it's
through
on
it?
my backlog somewhere.
And it's so
There's just a lot of games ahead of it, is the issue.
Yeah.
Next would be Infamous Second Son.
Sucker Punch.
What's that?
I like the shouts strictly because that game does not get enough love.
Yeah. I don't necessarily like it for the way that they handled powers in it was kind of weird, and the story, except for the stuff with Fetch, like isn't
the greatest.
Isn't as crisp as 1 and 2, but 1 and 2 like honestly are up there as goats for me.
They're some of the best open world games I've played.
Yeah,
they just feel good.
It's really fun to just go around that world, even though it was like, it felt kind of scummy and old-fashioned at the time, going back to like a just Paragon / like enemy morality system that's just like black and white, actually like is kind of relaxing and like cool, even though it's simplistic.
Yeah. I get that, because it's just easy to like fall into. And you just know the choices you're gonna make.
Like this like
moral ambiguity of what's going to go happen.
That I'm sure probably be brought up on the list. Probably not favorites for any of us, but some games that have like moral ambiguity and gray area of who you are. It is kind of at times it can be just fun to be like, no, I'm a bad dude, and that gives me special powers because I'm bad.
I really like what's it called? I think this game deserves some love just because it's. I imagine how great this game would be if it came out now. Like, it was the first next-gen game we got.
Right.
I think it was the first exclusive to either console. Like, that was, like,
First, like,
really...
AAA exclusive, yeah.
Yeah, because, like, there was Killzone at launch, yeah, but Killzone was kind of...
Fuck. Actually, I'd give Shadowfall a shout. That game, even though they've not done any 4K updates, it's not gotten any performance things. It locks so well on frame rate. It's just gorgeous. The shooting mechanics of that don't get enough love.
I thought it was okay. I thought they botched multiplayer
really
so hard.
I never played a single minute of multiplayer.
So the multiplayer that you had, like, I think it was at launch too, or maybe it was like shortly after, you had to like buy the new classes for like $5 a piece.
Yeah,
and it really just
they undid that,
but it was too
after it was dead.
Yeah, like I think that game could have been a lot more fun if they would have just had that all or released them for free.
Yep.
Next though.
I've got two other shouts. One of them is Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, another PSVR game.
Oh, well, you can play that in not VR as well.
Well, now you can. But I played it specifically in VR, mostly at work with like a actual binder that we would pass around.
Oh, that's cool.
Tons of fun.
I played it myself. I probably would put this on my list if I remembered it. Just pass it, like we would just pass the headset around kind of thing. It was right after I'd got PSVR.
Yeah.
And it was just everybody taking turns going in, and it was just such a cool experience, not only for the game itself, but seeing other people experience VR for the first time.
Right. And then my final honorable mention is Fall Guys.
Okay.
Nice.
What hasn't been said about Fall Guys? I don't think we need to.
I think it's cool. It didn't make it almost made my honorable mentions.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just one of those things of, I think the game is has had a lot of issues.
Oh yeah, it's broken as hell. But even then, it's like the whole thing of it's basically just wipe out the game is.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
It is fun. Yeah. Okay, let's start with Missile's top 10 then. So
Yeah.
number 10.
I actually almost want to give an honorable mention to Genshin Impact.
Oh wow.
I've not tried Breath of the Waifu yet.
I played it for about 30 hours before I ended up hitting the wall. But those 30 hours are incredibly fun. Just the way like they use like the elements to like interact between all the different characters. And exploring in that game is just so fun. But yeah, my top 10.
Number 10.
Are we gonna do?
Might be a little bit controversial. This is the
Wait,
game
1 second.
Wait, are we gonna do snake draft like 10?
Yeah, let's each go like 10, like do our 10s, then the 9s, then the 8s.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
But this is the game that kicked God of War out. The Last of Us Part 2.
Wow, it only got...
Yeah, I got 10.
It's not even on my list.
It's not on my list either. It probably should have been in honorables, but...
I assumed somebody else would have it. That's the issue.
All right, Riley, you're...
Wait, let him talk about it for a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So first of all, I think the combat in that game is incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, it feels so good. It's
easily the best action, probably the best third-person action game of the generation, I think.
Yeah,
Between combat and animation.
Mm-hmm.
Sophia's mentioned the rope mechanics. Yeah, are so satisfying. I think I actually spoke to you on Discord, Riley, the first time I ever used the rope. I went, oh my god, that rope is amazing.
Yeah, you called me, I think. I think you called me after doing it. You were like, holy shit, the rope.
Obviously, like,
the
characters are always incredible on games.
Mm-hmm.
The story, I'm still a bit middling on. I actually quite liked when they switched the point of view.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not sure how well it comes together as an overall story. I still haven't made up my mind on that.
Months later.
But
Months later now.
but
Me. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but the rest of like the package, as far as like people say like the gameplay's outdated, but
I
just
disagree.
like how visceral it is.
I disagree.
I really love how visceral it is.
Especially playing on the harder
Um,
difficulties, just having to make every single bullet counts. Having to make
Right.
every single, like, even throwable counts. Just,
Yeah.
they like, Naughty Dog, they did it in the first one, did it again, this in part 2, just making every single little combat interaction matter so much.
Yeah.
With how
I
little,
think-
especially, like, playing on the hardest difficulty for myself, on, like, Survivor or whatever, of just, like, you
Yeah.
have so little resources, you are having to, like, push for it.
I definitely
also-
kicked up a notch because I thought you got too many resources on normal.
Yeah. I can see that.
But the game did sour a little bit for me because I did lose my save data 2/3 of the way through the game.
Oh god, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I was halfway through the second arc and I lost my save data. I had to like replay through the entire game.
That does hurt
Which
it a lot.
obviously soured it a bit. Which is probably why I'm not fully concrete on the story. And also that section where you're at heights freaked me the hell out. I nearly gave up on the game at that point. I'm glad my save didn't cut out after that moment, because I'm not sure you'll be able to go through it twice.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's such a good game.
I think it's not on my favorite games of the generation. It's definitely in my best category.
Yeah, I think I would definitely put the first game above it as far as storytelling is concerned, because the storytelling in Last of Us 1 just sticks with you so much better because it's a story about love and companionship instead of about hate and vengeance. But the combat in 2 is just unreal.
I can't wait for the multiplayer.
Oh yeah, the multiplayer is going to be outstanding.
I think 1 also kind of gets a bump in storytelling because it was like kind of the first time we saw this. Like, I think that seriousness and that level of detail put into something, because like Uncharted, like,
It's an action movie.
is really good, but at the end of the day, it is a pulp. Like,
Yeah.
it is like a comic book. Whereas Uncharted is like,
You mean Last of Us?
Last of Us is like just hit you home with story.
Yeah, I didn't play the
Yeah.
first Last of Us until I think it was 2017 actually.
Holy.
Yeah.
Maybe in 2018 actually, first time I played it.
I played it.
And that game just still hit home.
I played a little bit of Last of Us when it first launched, and then didn't really touch it until 2015 or whenever the remake was made.
I beat it in like 2 days when it first came out.
I
was enamored. The worst part was I was scared because if you don't remember, the PS3 it bricked PS3s.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the first week it was bricking PS3s. Like you had to get a USB stick to like to fix your PS3 kind of thing.
Poor PS3.
Yeah, so I got lucky and it didn't brick my PS3.
I actually think that because I played it for the first time so recently was part of the reason why I didn't feel so much of an attachment to Joel.
Yeah.
No spoilers for the second game, but yeah, that's probably why I like the second game.
I like the second game.
People.
The more I talk about it, the more I'm thinking about that story, and I honestly might pop it in my list. The Last of Us 2, because I really think they do nail.
So Riley's number 10, Last of Us 2.
No, it would probably go to number 8. I'm gonna
wow.
Actually, I'm swapping it with my number 8.
Ooh.
I'm making an honorable mention real quick.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
no, I can't because of even how bad it is. There's a game on here that is a 7 that like was in contention from anywhere from 8 to 1 on my list.
It's a personal list.
Yeah, that's why. I'll leave it for. It's in the best
7?
though.
There's a 7?
Yeah.
What?
You'll hear. in a minute. You'll hear when we get to number 8.
Rally just really likes Days Gone.
Oh shoot! Shout. That's a shout for me.
Okay, I think we've.
Like
yeah, I think we've covered Last of Us 2.
Yeah. So number 10 for me. A game I have put, I think 150 hours in now. I'll spoil a little for chat, but Slay the Spire.
Okay.
Yeah.
162 hours in.
You've put a lot of hours in that. You love your card games.
It's my favorite roguelike of all time, and it never stops being interesting. Like, no matter if it's your 6th run or your 100th run, it is always something new going on. You're always taking different cards. Almost every single card in the game feels usable and interesting, and there is a place for it. The three classes at launch, now 4 with the post-update one they've added, are just amazing. The mods for the game are so interesting, and just like the craziness the community has done. There's a whole mod that lets you play as the bosses and go down the spire and fight the adventurers. Just crazy shit like that, where it's like, wow, people really like. Whoops, I didn't realize it was just pushing it that far out. It is just so it's just so like interesting and different in the best ways possible, and it's the first of these like card games that has come out over this generation of like single player like draft cards, fight bosses, that kind of shit. Like
many devs have tried to do card based,
and none have nailed it like Slay the Spire has.
Yeah.
Like,
and the thing is, the randomness of cards and the randomness of roguelikes just seem like they should go perfectly hand in hand.
And they do with Slay the Spire, because they
nail. Slay the Spire just nails it.
They nail like drafting cards, making sure you have the right you understand your class, understand the mechanics of the game, understand and then chaining things together. You can feel so powerful in that game in the best ways possible because you're smart. It's not because you just got busted shit, but because you're thinking well. And
right.
Yeah. I don't expect that to be on either of your lists.
Nope.
Yeah, I thought so. I knew that was just going to be me. Your turn, Ryan.
All right, something that will almost definitely only be on my list for number 10 is Sea of Thieves. Dude, this
shout out to Sophia.
Dude, Sea of Thieves is actually on my honorable mentions as far as the games of the gen.
Really?
Because it might not be in the public conscious that much, but I know quite a few people that absolutely adore that game.
In chat right now, Sophia is going, thank you. It's so good.
Yeah, it's so much better now, and I feel bad because the last time I really played much of it was right before they started adding the story content. And I still subscribe and watch every weekly update. I'm like, fuck, I want to go back and play Sea of Thieves.
It sounded like 14 for me.
Go with me.
I agree, Missile. It does remind me. Missile, you should just say that in chat. You should not say that in chat.
I didn't want to interrupt Ryan.
It reminds me of No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
Dude, No Man's Sky is so good. But so Sea of Thieves, it's a ton of fun, and if anyone wants to sloop after I'm done with PS5,
it's on Game Pass, isn't it?
It is on Game Pass.
Yes.
Yeah. So just pick it up and play.
Pick it up and play. Oh, I've got it.
Yeah.
So we're doing Snake Draft?
Yeah, so you do 9. You do your 9 now.
Okay. My number 9 is Outer Wilds.
Oh. Wilds, not World. That is I have not played it. I need to play it.
Yeah.
I've only heard amazing things. Try not to spoil too much because I heard it's
Yeah, I can do it without spoiling anything. It's just the art style is interesting, the mechanics of it. It's just this physicsy, weird sci-fi kind of Twin Peaksy story, just mystery. It's a mystery puzzle game, and you're doing physics puzzles and ship puzzles and all sorts of stuff. I really like that. Being an absolute space nerd, I love the way that they've modeled the universe, and then being a programmer, seeing how they got it to work. Mm-hmm. Because game engines aren't built to do round things. So
Yeah.
like the planets are actually coming towards the player. Like the player never moves in the game, which is super weird. And like how they do all that, but then keep everything consistent and get all the physics and gravity. I'm gonna put like quotation marks around right, but like so that they work in the universe and follow the laws that they've created.
Yeah.
Is just is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You can spoil the first 22 minutes if you want.
You can what?
You can spoil the first 22 minutes if you want.
I've gotten that trophy, so I'm not going to.
Okay, so my turn then, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
my number 9, the Talos Principle.
Ooh,
Ooh.
interesting.
I've learned this week that's by the same people who do Serious Sam.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me.
It's wild.
And Cobra Den. No, never mind.
Not Obra
Take
Dinn.
that back. Take that back. No, not Cobra Den.
I did see that Chumley, that Civ 6 did just get a Pirates multiplayer update. But
God.
that's yes, the Talos Principle, a big part of it for me. It was my first PC game I played. It was
wow.
it was the first one I bought after building a PC because it was one of the catalysts for me building a PC because it was
Damn.
I wanted to play this game so badly and it was not on PS4 at the time. And I was already thinking about building a PC, and it was the first thing I played with keyboard and mouse. And not just that, but it's some of the most interesting and mind-bending puzzles I've done, along with the story being so interesting and like good philosophical, and them just the like extra hard like little pieces to get in the puzzles being like you're intentionally supposed to kind of break the game a little. Was such an interesting idea to me. Like I had not really seen in a game before that you were supposed to like break it. I just the story and the puzzles, and again like you'll see it like throughout my whole list. I'm a huge puzzle nerd, so like it just makes sense that this was like probably the best puzzle game I played this generation. That's why it's on here.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I'm guessing it didn't make either of your lists.
No. Better than The Witness?
I didn't like The Witness.
I didn't particularly like The Witness either.
I wasn't. Yeah, it never jive with me. But I know a lot of people that do.
I know.
Really enjoy that game.
Yeah, I didn't think the puzzles were as. I think the puzzles are a little too convoluted at times.
Yeah, and I
that
don't
game.
think they paced well.
Mm-hmm. There wasn't a progression. I felt like in terms of which I get because it's like open worldy-ish thing.
Well, it did progress, and then I feel like I hit a wall. And
I never finished it. I have my journal lying around somewhere that I was writing down all my notes about The Witness.
Yeah.
But Missile's turn, number 9.
Number 9 is Overwatch.
Oh, that's on my list. That's on your list as well, Ryan?
No.
Oh, it is on my list. I won't say where it is, but it'll be interesting to see.
So I wasn't that, and I never played that many shooters before Overwatch came out. And I had no idea about it until a couple of months before it came out.
Mm-hmm.
And it was actually Brad from Easy Allies was streaming it on his personal Twitch channel, which really got me into it. And like, up until launch and then about a month after, I had nothing else in my brain apart from Overwatch. Like, that game just took over my mind completely. Just like, I was like, the gameplay mechanics, like, every character feels good to play.
And like, every single character feels different.
Yeah, and especially at launch when no one knew what they were doing. Like,
Mm-hmm.
It didn't matter if you got one kill in a game, that kill felt good.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, obviously, like, just the alternate voice lines and, like, how the characters were portrayed, like, in-game was just
it's the polish.
So
good. It's the models are amazing. The voice actors are top notch. Yeah. The maps are all super interesting and colorful. The effects, the way it feels to shoot, it's just the polish on that game is, especially at the time, was out of this world.
I just had so many like ultimate lines, like just in my head constantly while I was working. just wanting to go home and play Overwatch.
Same thing, Sophia. It's also like just the amount of like people bitch about Overwatch sometimes about like not having certain people or not having this or that, but like the amount of diversity in that game is like bar none in the rest of video games and a lot of pop culture in general.
And obviously, like I guess a little bit more frustrating nowadays. But like it's hard to really like count that against a game that I probably put 500 hours into, if not more.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then yeah, like Sophia's, I'm bringing up from chat. Sophia saying like not to mention the actors from said countries and not just Nolan North playing every character, like that you have such a like diverse vocal range, diverse everything. It's wild to see in just polished.
You should have got Nolan North in just to play Bastion.
Just to do the beep boops.
You mean you don't want Troy Baker and Nolan North to be everything?
So I want
I think they're great actors, but you know.
I want them both to be Bastion. To get both of them in to play Bastion.
Okay. Now that was your number 9. Now you're number 8. Missile.
Oh yes, it's me again, isn't it? Sorry.
Yeah.
So number 8 for me is Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Ooh, didn't make my list.
Didn't make my list.
I would have given it a shout, but I was pretty sure you were gonna have it.
Yeah, the original 7 actually is not that high on my list as Final Fantasy games go. But I still really like the characters, and I just think they absolutely nailed the characters in this.
I agree.
Like, Jessie had such a small role in the original, and I still loved her in that, and they just blew her up, figuratively, and this one. And like, she was just so good, and I think they did an incredible job of like going more action based, but keeping the turn based in there.
It felt like it felt in every possible way the exact same, yet so different from the original.
Yeah, and I just think that first section they just did it so much justice. While changing stuff, there was little bits of the changes in the story which I wasn't a fan of.
Yeah.
They're more from a storytelling perspective rather than how I felt towards the characters.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like the characters lost control of their own story near the end. And there was a couple of sections that were quite clearly just padding and took a bit too long to get through.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the lights chapter and then the train yard.
Yeah, I actually just went through the train yard again, and it's not that long. Also, a couple of the bosses' mechanics are just a little bit frustrating.
That one just feels long because of what's going on story-wise.
Especially when you have to hit them to get the bar up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a few of them just have frustrating mechanics to try and actually hit them, especially when you've mainly got melee characters.
Yeah.
But yeah, like as far as like characters and like the core combat was just so good. It just did the original game so much justice.
Agreed.
And that's all I wanted from it. Like to see the characters that weren't voiced were 4 polygons in the original, just to see them fully realized in the modern gem was just insane. More than I could ask for. So
I agree. Yeah. I think the only thing with that game that ended up, it's just like you said, it was just such a high highs and such low lows that's the reason it didn't make my list. I had so many. Highs were enough. Yeah, like for me, it just like it was just like they canceled each other out in terms of like this kind of list for me for favorites, where it's like they didn't. There were so many times where I was just like annoyed playing the game.
For me, the padding was made up for just by like how much I enjoyed the characters during those sections.
Yeah.
So like the lows weren't as low for me. If you've got good characters, it makes the bad bits of the game just feel better to me. So
okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go now. This game is for sure not on either of your lists, and this is the game I was talking about earlier. Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah, not.
Yeah, not on my list.
That's a 7.
It is, and I have a lot of issues with this game in terms of pacing of story, in terms of really just the pacing of the story. I think the combat is phenomenal. I think the gameplay is great, but at the end of the day, I don't think I've cried harder playing a game than I did the last 2 hours of Kingdom Hearts 3.
Because the story was so bad?
It just shut up. The payoff of 20 years of existence, cuz like that was like I've been waiting, you know? Like I think it was 19 years of existence when it finally came out. Of just like I've been playing this game. It was Kingdom Hearts 1 was the first game I ever played. Kingdom Hearts, like I have so much connection to the series that finally getting the conclusion to the Xehanort saga, even if they didn't nail the landing exactly, I still liked so much of that game in terms of the story, and liked so much of the gameplay, and just had such a finality to it that it is one of my favorite games, whether I have these issues or not.
If there's a franchise or like a series that you are in love with, even it boosts a game.
Yeah, and that's why this is nowhere near best games of the generation for me. It's it has lots of issues, and I understand that.
Yeah.
It's just story-wise, pacing is just, and then content-wise, there's issue with some of the Disney worlds and stuff. But having again getting this kind of conclusion was just more than I could handle, and that's why it ended up number 8. Your turn, Ryan.
All right, number 8 for me, Jedi Fallen Order.
Ooh, nowhere near my list.
Yeah.
I nearly put that in honorable mentions.
Man, this game just felt great. I know I say that all the time, but it's for me, it's the perfect introduction, but also still rewarding in that kind of Bloodborne-y, Soulsy style games, where it's just a lot of payoffs. There's issues with the collectibles don't give you a lot of payoff for them, and there's some bullshitty stuff, although a lot less so than actual Souls games. But it took a licensed game, which usually is just always crap, except for another shout, Mad Max.
I mean, that's debatable.
What, Mad Max?
It's not crap. Didn't it get some hard 7s?
I got some hard 7s, but it also got some hard 8.5s.
Okay. I just remember people being kind of it's okay.
I mean, it's an Avalanche game. It is an Avalanche game. But yeah, Jedi Fallen Order is just being a great, shorter-ish Soulsy game, and it was a lot of fun to play.
Yeah, my major issues were I played it on a base PlayStation 4.
Oh.
Ooh. Oh, that's
yeah. So I had actually a couple of different areas where I was going through them for a second time. I was like, there was definitely enemies here before.
Yeah, the
and I would get up
performance
to
on
a
it
door
was
that
not
I was
even
trying to
great on
open,
it.
and then they would just spawn in on top of me.
Even on my PC, which I have a 2060, which should be more than enough to run it. I was running it probably, I think, high, and I was getting good 60 on average, but I would run into just bugs. Bugs.
Yeah. As I said, there was a couple of frustrating things with the combat, and the story felt like it was shorter than it was initially written for.
Yeah, I definitely felt like it was a little abrupt of an end. Not in terms of it's bad, but it felt like there was maybe a world left out.
I thought there was a very short amount of time between Merrin joining your ship and the ending. I felt like they were going to I felt like her storyline as far as coming to accept the crew was just cut short a bit.
I had this issue with every crewmate. I thought they didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't give it enough time to any of the crewmates.
Yeah, but I loved all the crewmates. I thought they were all great in their own way.
That ending.
It was just ending was cool. I died twice. Trying to run away because I didn't realise where it wanted me to jump to next.
I think.
But yeah.
I think.
But yeah, I had fun with it.
I think in the end with it, I think it nailed feeling like a Jedi.
I agree.
Yeah, and it made me feel like there can be good licensed games again.
Oh yeah, it's one of the better Star Wars games that we've had in a while. Listen, nail characters.
Yeah.
I wasn't a big fan of the map. Now that I think about it, the map was a
God, the
little
map
bit.
was so bad.
The map was awesome.
Yeah.
I'm
Trying
really
to figure out where
hoping.
to go.
I'm really hoping, like, because I liked this game a lot. It had a lot of issues. I'm excited to see 2. You know,
Yeah. I'm
that sequel
really
is going
looking
to
forward to it.
rock. I think.
Yeah,
It's
even
gonna
if
be.
Star Wars takes everything away from EA, they should at least allow
With
Fallen
Respawn.
Order 2 to come.
Respawn's just so good.
My only fear with the sequel with that game is that it's gonna be, they're gonna do the Metroidvania thing, or I guess it's gonna be like you're not gonna start with all the powers you started with in the first game for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's my only
know
fear.
That you like Breath of the Wild, where you can start with all the powers and then try to do things.
Not just that, but like it would make zero story sense. Like the whole story of the first game is Cal building
rid of your powers.
Yeah,
right.
Cal is building up. Like the whole game is him relearning how to be a Jedi, and like if you take that away at the start of the next game, it's gonna feel really. That like dissidence is gonna feel bad.
I think they'll give you all. They'll probably do some interesting things with it, but
I hope so. That's my only fear.
they'll just have to have better unlocks that aren't force powers.
Or just don't use Cal.
Ooh, I don't think they would do that.
I think you will play Cal.
Number 7 now for you. Oh,
I want to see more BB-8 and more Merrin in the next one.
Agreed. Number 7 though.
Number 7 one, which I realized I had accidentally written this in my honorable mentions. Number 7 is Stardew for me.
We've already kind of talked about it a lot.
Yeah, so we don't need to talk about it anymore. But
yeah,
God, it's so good.
Yeah.
Anything you want to add to your honorable mentions? Or just
other than Mad Max?
I'm not allowing it. I'm kidding. We already kind of talked about that, so I guess I'll do number 7.
Number 7.
We talked about this a little bit before we started, but Final Fantasy XIV. So I have played Final Fantasy XIV in 2 different kind of times. The first time I played it was right when Heavensward came out, so I believe that was 2016.
Yes.
No, yeah, it was 2015 because it was the year before. It was the first.
It was 2016.
No, it was 2015 because Overwatch was 2016 and Heavensward is 2015. Because I know the summer because it was the summer before I built the PC.
I started 14 so much earlier than I thought I would have did.
Yeah,
because it's every 2 years and Shadowbringers was last year.
I
must have started 14 in 2013 then. Jeez.
Because I started 14 and it was my first time playing an online game with people I knew already, and then also just making friends in a game. Like we had just started. It was around E3 that we started a guild, or a free company is what they call them in the game, but guild is what most people know that kind of shit as. And it was me, Swordfish Louise, Rickham Robo Rick, Delcast, and I think like one other person. And we ended up with I think like 30 people by the time I finally finished, and it was just such a fun time interacting with everybody, doing the raids, learning how to craft, going through the story. It was such a magical experience just playing. It was my first real shot at an MMO as well. The first time I played it, and then I stopped right as I was getting to Heavensward because I was just getting into other games and I wasn't playing as much, and you know how it goes. But it was such a fun time making friends and then like in a living world with them, like quotations on but just the interactions you meet with people, the community of I played on Ultros for my first time, the server Ultros, and the community there was amazing. People were super nice. It was the first time playing a game with my oldest brother, because he played he actually tried to get me into 14, base 14, and I was like,
wait, 1.0 or 2.0?
1.0.
Oh god.
Yeah, because he liked it. He still pays the $9 that you have to pay now because
I could listen to you got cheaper rates and legacy.
Yeah, he has legacy titles, he has all that kind of stuff, and he loves 14. He was a huge 11 player. He played all the expansions for 11, did everything in 11, and then just naturally moved on to 14. But it was the first time playing a game with him ever, because like we have a big age gap. Like he's 30 something and I'm 21. I think he's 36, 37. And so it was the first time playing a game with him, like, and like having that kind of interaction. And it was super cool. Again, just having all my friends. The mechanics of the game are amazing. It was my first time also, like, I love playing healer in every game because of this game. Because it feels so good to be a healer in 14 and just the kind of constant reactions you have to make and the quick times. And it's the most different role, in my opinion, than the rest of the game because you're not doing just a rotation a lot of the time. You're having to constantly check the battlefield and check what's going on with everybody and making sure you're understanding like the macro picture, and it's just such a fun thing, and it's influenced how I play other games like Overwatch 2. Of just like I like to like shot call more in that game and like constantly be like play support because you get to see the whole battlefield a little more, and it's just such a interesting game. But the second time I played it, which was last summer, which was like this summer, I played. Oh no, last summer, sorry, about a year ago when Shadowbringers came out, and I got through all of the 2 expansions to 14. They were amazing. Shadowbringers was my favorite game of last year. It had the best story. It had the best characters. It's the dungeons are amazing. The raids are amazing. Same thing. The soundtrack, my god. And then again, just making friends and playing with them and joking and laughing and just having a good time with people in the world. And then, especially, like, it's been a game that I've thought about most going back to this year, just with quarantine and everything. It's such a great way to interact and play and have fun with people when you can't go out and see people. That, yeah, it's easily one of my favorite games of this generation. Did you have it on your list, Missile?
It's on my list.
Okay. I was curious.
I will talk about it more when it comes up on mine.
Okay. I'm guessing you don't have much to say, Ryan?
Nope. Never played more than like 5 minutes of like a free-to-play weekend with you and Delcast.
Oh my god, you even got involved. We had so many people playing. Sorry, this one I might spend a little more time on than the others, because it's just, it was in the height of when I was hanging out with a lot of people I still talk to on Twitter now and in a PSN group chat. It was like the first time we really all played a game like super heavily together. Because we played Bloodborne together, and that was really good. But it was a different kind of thing of just working towards constant goals, trying to like upgrade our FC, doing all these kind of things. And then again, the same thing with coming back to it and getting all my friends into it and having new players who had never played before, helping them out. It's just such a good time. And then I also think it's an amazing single player game. Like, you can do almost the whole game alone.
Yeah, especially that they've added the trust system as well.
Yeah, you can play with NPCs through dungeons now. It's very, like, the story is worth it alone to play because it's one of the best Final Fantasy stories. Anyways,
Heavensward and Shadowbringers in particular.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Shadowbringers is my favorite Final Fantasy story, I think. Period.
And I can't say enough about the soundtrack either.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know like Around the Bars technically last gen, but Answers has got to be one of my favorite video game songs of all time.
Agreed.
Let's
go to your number 7 though. We can talk about this more when we get to it for you.
So my number 7 was very surprising to me that it made my top 10. Never mind number 7. Because I criticized this game a lot for things that I don't like about it. But it's one of those with the highs were so high that it cancelled out all the low points. And that's The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt.
Whoa! I forgot this. I should have given this a shout.
So Gwent.
I didn't like Gwent.
I
did not enjoy the combat particularly. I thought the swimming was bad. I thought the horse riding was bad. I thought there was far too many stuff on the map. Oh my god, those characters.
So it's really just the story pulling this through for you.
Yeah. Like all the other stuff that everyone else compliments, like obviously like, the world's a great character, but I wasn't particularly fond of the side quests or anything like that. I'm not the biggest fan of like 2 options and picking between them and having consequences. I'm just not a big fan of that. But like the main characters are just so incredibly well written.
Yeah.
And well voiced. I loved almost every single moment I had with them, apart from one bit, which was, and I was letting go into a relationship with Triss. You have to kiss her while she's drunk. which I absolutely hated.
Yeah.
And refused to do. But yeah, I just the main story kept pulling me through that game. I love Geralt. I absolutely adore Ciri.
Huh.
Give me a game that's just Ciri, please.
See, I have no
I'd be okay
relation
with
to.
that.
I've not played. I played a little of Witcher. I always wanted to go into The Witcher because I've heard so many good things, but I wanted to play Witcher 1 and 2 first, or at least watch them or something.
Yeah, I have not read the books. I have not played 1. I've not played 2.
Wow. So it's just 3 alone.
Yeah, I just love the characters so much. Couldn't give a damn about any of the lesser characters.
Mm-hmm.
But the main cast, and I know it's not a game that's primarily about the main story, but that's the part of the game that I just absolutely loved.
Wow.
I would replay it
I
again.
thought the main story isn't the main story just the Red Baron?
Nope. The main story is the quest to find Ciri and then help her finish her quest.
I'm also interested that there's two different definitions of the best of what the main story is with this game. That's the kind of thing that the story is just every part of it.
No, the Baron's part of the main story.
Oh, okay.
Just
is this on your list, Ryan?
No.
Okay.
I actually have not.
I'm
played
surprised
more
it
than
made my list.
5 hours.
This is one of those ones I think that just I wouldn't have been surprised if none of us mentioned it. I'm surprised you mentioned it at all with Missile because I didn't know you liked this game so much.
I go on about the bad parts of it so much, but yeah, just I love the characters so much that it got to number 7 on my list. Yeah, love Trish, love Yennefer, love Ciri, Geralt, Dandelion, just so good.
What's your number 6?
Number 6 for me is the Final Fantasy 14 expansions.
Okay.
Happy to just put it down as 14. What can I say about this game? Right. The fact that you can play as every single class on one character is
Holy
pretty genius.
fuck, I forgot to mention that.
Like, I love that if I just want to try something, I can just go and do it on my main character. I can just go and do it. I can do anything I want just on one character.
That's cool.
Yeah. The dungeons and the raids are just so imaginative, and the music just elevates it so much.
Mm-hmm. They do such a good job of everything.
The community is so good. There's such a variety of fun stuff to do. I actually really enjoy gathering. It's just great to do while I'm doing other stuff.
Funny enough, that's the only thing I hate about the game.
I was really into crafting for a while. Yeah, the main story is just so good. Like, I can't believe you did not mention Hildebrand in the slightest.
See, this is why I was like, I need you to talk about this as well, because I know the game is so big. There's so many amazing things.
Hildebrand itself makes my top 10. It is so good.
There's this dumb, funny side quest you do that has its own like dungeons and shit. That's just hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just so good at writing characters.
And I think this, like, that you're mentioning completely different things than I have, just shows how much there is in this game. Like, I forgot about Hildebrand. I forgot, like, oh yeah, you can play as any class. Cause, like, I myself stuck to, like, 3 classes total. Like my heal. Well, like.
You only have 1 combat class.
I have 3 combat classes and 1 crafter. Or no, actually, I have like 6 crafters. I have every crafter because you kind of need all of them. But like, I count those all as kind of one thing. But you can do so much just by yourself. It's wild.
Yeah, I love like when I log on and like I look at like my free company list and everyone's doing something different.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, like you've got like the dailies and the weeklies and that, but like the game never really feels like you have to keep on top of that. You don't have to log in every day. It's incredibly easy to catch up.
Yeah.
It's just so accessible, and there's always something that I want to do.
And like
you, what did you say the other day? You want to log in and level your red mage.
Yes, I was like, I'm
Like,
after talking about it, fuck it, I'm doing it. I'm committing.
it's just it's hard to talk about because I recently got into fishing. I leveled up my fisher. Yeah.
I'm buying a time card missile. Oh, there's only 60-day ones?
You're on stream, remember?
I know. Everybody can see me commit to 14 right now. There's no actually there's no time code. There's no time card for 30 days, so I'll just pay for 1 month then naturally. Anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, there's just listen, I used to go into Fair is Serious just for the music. But I just think the dungeon design is so good.
Mm-hmm.
And like I there's just something about the game was like I would happily just go and spend 4 hours with friends doing absolutely nothing in the world.
Yeah.
Apart from just running about the areas.
Yeah, and I think that's the wildest
amazing
thing.
Time.
That like I have that too. Of just like that's why I think I'm going to commit today, by the way. I'm doing it. I'm getting back in because it's just even if I'm not playing it as my main thing, it's just such a fun time to hang about with everybody and just interact with the world. And like you said, the community, just like random people I meet in this game are almost always nice. I think in my total of like probably like in game time, I probably had like a couple like probably 200-ish hours in the game. Like maybe twice I had to report somebody.
Yeah, occasionally people get pissed in dungeons, but apart from that,
yeah, like even when I'm raiding, like even like when I was doing like the max like EX stuff, like people understood the kind of mentality you should have of like what you're getting into, that you like take it seriously. I generally found
one of my favorite things is they take soundtracks from other Final Fantasy games and just other games in general and remix them for the MMO. Like the Weight of the World remix is outstanding.
14 has the best Final Fantasy music, I think. That's the thing. Like 14 is one of the best Final Fantasy games, just period.
Yes.
Like the music is, I think, the best. The story is one of the best. The gameplay, the characters,
Yeah, Ethan was my very first Savage that I ever did. And there's one very good reason that I was able to actually just go for it and stick through it. And that was the fact that for the Eden raid, they'd remastered the Final Fantasy VIII music. And that was what played during the raid. And I did not care how many times I wiped. And I just got to listen to that music. And
even when we were losing, like Savages, because it takes, you know what I mean? It takes time to do these hard content.
Yeah, it takes weeks.
Yeah. You're still in it, you know? Like, you're still, like, if you have the good, like, because at least for me, I had good people around me, generally. It was just, you had this, you're frustrated, but you're not, nobody's ever mad at each other, and you're, okay, what do we do wrong? Like, it's just let's just go again. Yeah. We got, like, what did we do wrong? How do we as a group get better? Is it, like, is X person needing help with this? Okay, how do we change? What do we do? And it's just such a, like, and the community aspect of this game is so good.
Yeah. But in the top tier raids, I actually think the music is so good that you play better. Like, you literally get in the zone.
Yeah. 100%.
Like, with the raid music.
Even, like the Coils of Bahamut. Holy fuck, were those hard.
A lot of the dungeon music's more, like, just, like, nice and relaxing and dungeony. But, like, the raid music is just so epic.
Yeah, you are in the, like, in the mindset.
Yeah. Anyway, like, we've talked enough about 14.
Yeah, we've talked enough. Sorry for kind of dragging on, Ryan, because I know you just don't really. Anyways, we'll move on to my number 6 now. A game that I don't think either of you have, and I think
Ryan's
Ryan.
Muted, by the way.
Oh, jeez.
He might went to get a drink.
Yeah, he might. We'll wait a sec then for him to come back. We can just keep talking about 14.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's
I didn't realize I was muted.
Oh. My number 6 now then. Game that I don't think either of you have, and it's gonna be the only game on this platform, I think. Florence.
I definitely.
I actually was gonna give a shout to Florence.
My number 6. So
I've got it. I know it's like only an hour and a half long, but I haven't finished it.
I was a bit of a douche when it came to mobile games.
Yeah.
Before I played this, I was like, the mobile games cannot be good. There's no reason to play a game on mobile. There's all that kind of bullshit, you know? And then I tried this, I tried this demo at PAX South 2018, I think, maybe 17.
Huh.
Yeah, because it was Annapurna. And
Yeah.
the best part of PAX is going to the Annapurna booth, and you go to the Annapurna booth that's day one because nobody else goes there day one, and you just play all their games in a good hour sitting, maybe, and then you're good.
You can't say no to Annapurna.
Yeah.
Like they only publish good games.
Yeah, like I cannot say enough good about this studio. It's not in my it's the only one from their from Annapurna I guess not studio but publisher.
Yeah.
From their list because I was thinking about which Annapurna game basically do I want on my list of favorites because I love all of them a lot, and this one is the one that's stuck. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Sayonara Wild Hearts was in my honorable mentions,
but not on the top 10.
Yeah.
And then just but getting into the game itself, Florence, it does things that make it does things that are so cool, I think, for a mobile game that really don't work not on mobile. And it just does such a good fun love story.
Yeah.
Without that much talking, without that much words, with just music and and just colors and just pictures and shit. And it does such a good job at making you feel things and getting connected to these characters and understanding kind of who they are without too much. Astral Chain gets nowhere near my list, Wolf Fox. Hey Juan. I hate Astral Chain, I think. I actually think it's my least favorite Platinum game. I don't want to get into that right now because we're keeping this positive. Not to be a Debbie Downer, sorry. But Florence is just, it is so good. And it's just so happy and wholesome, even if it's such a just wild game, and I don't think there's anything else really like it.
Right.
Honorable shout out to another a Lost Phone, a game I played earlier this year. I played it on my phone. It's not. I don't think it does what Florence does as well, but it's another game where it's this work. It makes sense that this is on mobile, that this works the way it does, and it's just one of my favorite games. One of my favorite things too about Florence was, it originally came out only on Apple, and I have an Android phone, so I borrowed my mom's iPad. I bought it on there, and I was home for Christmas break, I believe, when it came out.
Mm-hmm.
And I just played through, and I played through it all in an hour and a half, and then I had my mom play through all of it. Because I was I think she would because I thought it was such a great story, and it was not. She doesn't play games really. The last game she played before that was Mario Tennis 64.
Yeah.
Which she can kick ass at. I will attest to that. But because I thought she would really like it, and she did. And it was really interesting just having that kind of discussion with her about this is kind of why I like games so much, stuff like this. And I think again, the story is really good. We can move on though.
Right on. My number 6, Celeste.
That is not in my favorites, but it is in other categories.
Yeah, so this took me by surprise because I am not a pixel art 2D platformer, and especially not a challenging 2D platformer. I am the open world Ubisoft live service AAA game thing.
Yeah.
And Celeste, just I kept hearing people say, play Celeste, play Celeste, play Celeste. And I think I just found it on sale one day on PSN and just absolutely fell in love with it. The challenge to it, but then also being able to jump into accessibility mode of I can't get through this, or I want to get that, for me being a trophy whore, I want to go get that strawberry, and I've sat here for 45 minutes and bashed my head against the wall on the exact timing and watched YouTube videos to be am I missing something? And it's no, you just have to get really, really good. And it's okay, I'll pop in an accessibility mode for that right there. But just getting through, and the story and the emotion of it and just the art style and music are just incredible and beautiful. And it's so good.
See, for me, what you're talking about, that challenge is one of the reasons I loved that game so much, because it really could have made my top 10. It should have been my honorable mentions, but I knew somebody was going to have it. Just that, the drive to get good at this game goes hand in hand. Like, they do such a good job making it work with the story. And like, I never did go do like I didn't do the B-sides and the C-sides. I didn't do all the B-sides. I sure as hell didn't do the C-sides.
Oh my god, the B-sides are. Oh.
Yeah, so like I didn't, but the level of challenge and the pacing of the game, and like just like you didn't talk about it, but the start of that game, the first thing they say is, "Hey, this game is gonna be hard." Like, there is you can turn on the easier mode, you can turn on the accessibility options, all that shit, but you shouldn't. You should try to stick it out. It's gonna be hard, but try to stick it out in its hardness. Hey Tim, B-sides and C-sides. According to Tim, the B-sides and C-sides are 10 out of 10. They're some of the best platforming in like any game. Agreed.
Dude, it is.
I just remember hearing so many good things about Celeste when it came out, just from so many more people.
The story is I was not expecting the story to be as good as it was I was expecting the platforming nowhere near as good of a story as it was.
Yeah, I haven't played Celeste, but I heard so many good things about it that when I was making the Kill Your Babies cards, Celeste made the top 52. It made the list with the cards. It was like I'd heard such good things about it, which is crazy to me.
When we get in the next expansion pack, Missile. Anything else you want to say, Ryan? Sorry for kind of jumping in.
No. I think like you're talking about of like the, hey, you can get over, like, you can get better at this, you can do this, but also like here is something so that you can enjoy it as well, is just such a good part of that game, and it goes hand in hand with the story and everything. So it's awesome.
Yeah. Alright. Your turn for your number 5 then.
After that, this is another indie game, which is Rhyme.
Loving the indies.
That was on my. I was gonna put it on my. Real quick, my honorable mentions, but I knew it would be on your list.
Yeah. Dude, this game is like, so like when you see it, and it's just this incredible art style. It's got kind of this.
You spell it wrong, Riley.
Between RIME.
Yes, RIME.
And it's something like between almost a Breath of the Wild, witnessy, really colorful, happy kind of thing, but and I'm not going to spoil story moments on it, but like the end of that, like literally I was on the floor sobbing at the end of the game. It hit me harder than The Last of Us or Journey ever did, and the platforming, while floaty and not 100%, like, is just so welcome, and like some of the mechanics in it are really nice, and it doesn't have too much puzzle elements, and it's kind of like more telling you the story than you might think going into it, but just a fun time.
It's very good.
And it hits so hard.
Have you played this game, Missile?
I actually currently have it downloaded on my PlayStation 4, but I haven't played it yet.
Okay, I won't go too much. I was just curious because I wanted to see how much I should push into it. But I agree. I don't like this game as much as Ryan. We've talked about this game a lot. I played it. Yeah, it was the summer, I think. Yeah, because it was 2017 summer, so it was like right before I went to college, I think. And it was just such a good time. And it was such a good time in it's just a really good story. Yeah. I definitely had issues a little more with the gameplay, if I remember correctly, because it's been years. I think it came out in 2017. It came out in like June.
Yep.
But the story is very good. It's a fun time. It has people compared it to Shadow Colossus. I really don't agree with that. Or it felt like a Team Eco game-ish.
Yeah, it had eco vibes.
Yeah, like in terms of gameplay and the way they do storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's just like Ryan said. I don't want to go into it too much because it is a very spoiler-heavy game. Like, knowing things about it does spoil things, so everything Ryan said is just really good.
Yeah, I think it was available on PS Plus 1 month, so I grabbed it.
I believe
I think it's been on pretty much
everything.
I've just never got around to play it yet, but it is sitting there.
Because what'd you play it on, Ryan?
I played it on PS4.
Okay, I couldn't remember if you played it on PS4 because I played it on PC.
Right. Yeah. But it's on Game Pass right now, I know, and it's been on PS Plus.
Don't play the Switch version. That's what I remember.
Cool. Yeah, don't play the Switch version because
it ran like shit. Because I remember I was between buying it on Switch and buying it on PC, and then it ran like shit on Switch. You ready to move on?
Yeah.
Okay, my number 5. It might have been guessed. You might have been able to guess it from my honorable mentions, but Transistor.
Yep.
My game of the year 2014.
Really?
2014 was a bad year for games, but an amazing year for indie games. An amazing spacing of ran like shit. I see real quick from Tim. I see Just Cause 3 is in that list. What was that played on? As it ran like garbage on PS. Was Just Cause 3 on your honorable mentions?
Yeah.
Oh,
I popped that in after you.
What did you play it on?
I played it on PS4.
Oh, did it run like garbage for you? Tim is freaking out right now in the chat.
Didn't play terribly.
So I might as well pop stuff and get the honorable mentions one here.
Fun.
Transistor though, easily my favorite story I think from any of the the Supergiant games. Combat wise, it's up there, and I don't think that's I think Hades is my favorite at this point. But I love Transistor's like action. It reminds me a lot. Well, I guess Final Fantasy VII reminded me a lot of it, the remake, in terms of the action combat, and then all of a sudden stop. Okay, let's plan out how I'm going to do this, and then going in. And the story was amazing. The music was phenomenal. The art style is my favorite art style from them. It's just all around just every single aspect is just so good with this game. And I had just so much fun just getting good with the combat and then swapping in and out the powers and the abilities and stuff, and just amazing all around. Either of you have anything to say about it?
No, I've only played a little bit of it, but it's really good.
Missile?
No, I've not played it.
Oh wow, interesting that we're getting this high up now, and I'm curious.
It came at a time where I wasn't gaming a lot, and especially I only got into indie games in the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the older indies I just haven't got around anywhere near to playing.
Real quick, just to mention to Tim, you don't. I'm a little hurt. You believe that Knack 1 is not number 1, and then Knack 2 is not number 2. A little disgusting, Tim, that you would think that I would not praise our God and Savior Cerny higher.
I mean, I'll just say my number 1 is My Name Is Mayo, but
wait, what? I don't even know what that is.
It's a terrible, cheap platinum trophy game.
Oh, okay. Missile though, you're number 5.
Number 5.
Wait, what'd you add to your honorable mention?
Dreams.
Oh, okay. I've not played Dreams. I know it's amazing.
Yeah, it's fun. The main story is really cool, and some of the stuff that I've seen come out of it has been really awesome.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Anything you have to say, Missile? On it?
To Dreams.
Yeah.
It's just using the tools is so just on a simple level, it's just so intuitive. And obviously you can go into detail all the way down and get incredibly in depth.
Yeah.
But it's just incredibly fun. And the fact that you can take stuff that other people have made and just use it and change it however you want is just what they put together is actually incredible.
Yeah.
I've not been able to put anywhere near as much time into it as I would have liked. But yeah, it's just an incredible package that they put together.
Mm-hmm. Number 5 though now.
Skyrim Special Edition. No,
oh god.
I'm joking.
Oh, wait, end stream. Just cut this whole call.
My number 5 is Uncharted: The Lost Legacy.
Ooh!
Is it on your list, Riley?
No.
Wow!
Is it on yours?
No.
Oh,
I
forgot it even existed. I should have shouted
10
that.
minutes. Dude, when you were saying when you were saying Last of Us 2 is the best third-person action game, I'm like,
It is.
you don't have. I was thinking in my head, I'm like, but you have one on your list, on your top 10.
No, I don't. I don't have a single Naughty Dog game on my top 10.
Oh, no, you don't.
Nope.
Wait, Crash isn't on there?
Sorry though, Missile. Continue.
So yeah,
Give us the words.
Lost Legacy, like above Uncharted 4, because okay, the relationship between Nadine and Chloe is actually incredible.
Mm-hmm. 100%.
Like the way they just bounce off each other. Like I don't know how to.
They're even
explain
funnier than I think it's even more funny in like the banter hits better than Sully and Nate does. I think at times.
Absolutely, and it's so much more nuanced and like you can tell the stuff behind everything they say.
Yeah.
Yeah, the relationship those two had was just.
I think it's better than 4 as
I
well.
I can't think of two characters this gen that I think went so well together than Nadine and Chloe.
And I think.
And I really enjoyed the story in that as well. I think it might have been just the way Chloe talked about Ganesh. Like, I fully believe that Chloe grew up around like this mythology and like was genuinely like interested in it.
Yeah. I think the shorter length of Lost Legacy felt way better than 4, just because I felt 4 dragged at times. While I felt every part of Legacy was hitting.
Was a bit long.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, it's actually what makes me so excited for Spider-Man Miles Morales. It's just like it's a smaller package, so like you can pack like almost more into it.
Yeah, it's what's called. It's more condensed, which means you're not going to have these parts that'll drag or sag.
Yeah,
it'll be much more tight.
Yeah, I loved every moment I played Lost Legacy.
And then, can we talk about the final fight in Legacy?
I haven't played, so.
It's really good.
It's classic Uncharted.
I think it's the best Uncharted. What's it called though? I think it's the best final boss in an Uncharted game.
So I actually really liked the final boss of 4.
Oh.
I liked the character of the final boss. I did not like the final fight.
I quite liked the final fight. I just liked it being a sword fight, to be honest.
I hated that. I hated that.
I know, but introducing a new mechanic right at the end. But yeah.
Reading off chat real quick. I see what you're saying, Tim, about the villain. It's less of a driving force in Lost Legacy, and it is like a weaker villain, I think.
Yeah, I think the villain is weaker.
But I think I do get there is somewhat of an intention of it dragging a bit in 4 based on like what's going on in the story, but I don't think overall like the package as a game is just as good. I think the story might be better in 4, but the game package is better in Legacy.
It's just honestly just the relationship between Nadine and Chloe just completely pops that to the top of the Uncharted list for me. It's my favorite Uncharted game.
Interesting.
Even above 2, it's just
wow.
Well, I agree. It's my favorite Uncharted game as well. He goes.
Yeah, I enjoyed the open section. Once again, just the banter they had back and forth and everything like that. Just really enjoyed it.
Yep. Okay, number 4.
My number 4 is Spider-Man.
It's on my list.
It was in my honorable mentions. Was it? Yes, it was. It was. It's right there about him. Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's on the page. Swinging. Okay, that does it.
I mean, seriously though, like
It makes you feel like Spider-Man.
I've had this conversation with my friend
It
Zach,
legitimately does.
who
It does.
is a huge Spider-Man fanatic, and the one thing we always come back to is that you feel like Spider-Man
Your
to the
webs
point
and
of
everything.
if you fast travel in that game, I think you're getting a bad experience because it just
So
feels
You
so
get
good.
to see Spider-Man listening to his iPhone on the subway.
okay, the amount of times I went into that game and literally just swung for an hour. Like,
Hmm.
Yeah.
I would just boot it up, swing around, do no side quests, not interact with any other part of the game, and then turn it off. And I had a great time.
Recently, I played the DLC because I was getting ready for Miles, and I never played the DLC. Spoilers: the DLC
Right.
sucks. It kind of sucks.
Yeah, I've not played the DLC.
But
Um,
the only thing that excited the enemies kind of suck, everything kind of stinks, but the swinging around again just felt perfect. Like, cause it took me about like 5 minutes max just to get back in the groove of it.
Is it the best movement this gen?
Easily, I would give it the best movement.
Yeah.
Easily. Just again,
It's
you feel like Spider-Man.
yeah, combat is fun. I really liked what they did with the characters. I really liked MJ. Miles was fine. Otto was good.
Oh, Otto.
Yeah, tragic, but
Hmm.
I really liked him.
Yeah.
But yeah, J. Jonah Jameson.
I'm willing to go into
They did him
spoilers
so well in it.
for this game alone because I think,
We've all played it.
yeah, since we've all played it, and I think it's like you're not losing that much. Like it's still a really good game, even
Yeah.
if you accidentally get spoiled here. So
Like,
spoiler alert.
The plot twists in it are pretty obvious as well.
Yeah, like
If you know anything about Spider-Man.
So like I want to get into those a little
Um,
because you can't talk about this game. I feel without talking about some of them.
Sure.
Yeah, sure, I'm fine with that.
Otto turning it like you knew it was coming.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
and
Dr. Octavius.
Yeah,
they
there
did
was
it so
little
well.
hints throughout the lab as well.
Yeah,
Well,
and then
the thing is you see it coming, and then they don't do it till the last minute, and you almost are like, are they going to save that for Spider-Man 2?
I thought they just weren't
Are
gonna
they
do it. I thought he was gonna be
is
like a
he
good
gonna
guy or
be-
something.
I thought he was either going to be the good guy.
I was pretty sure it was going to happen.
I thought he was either going to be the good guy or he was going to be kind of a mastermind behind it and not be Octavius as we know him.
Hmm.
But it still hurt when it happened.
And then just the ending that he always knew it was Peter. That was, I think, the point. Like where he was just like he was always just playing dumb with Peter. That he was just being like, what I mean?
Yeah.
He knew Peter was Spider-Man, but he knew it would be weird to mention it. And it was
Yeah.
just he was just being, and that he was this. They really nailed the father figure he was for Peter.
Or the
Yeah.
kind of like fake father figure-ish. Well, I mean, it was real, but it was, you know what I mean? Like,
I think he genuinely felt like a father to Peter.
Mm-hmm. I think Peter
think
felt
he
like he was a father to
genuinely-
him.
Yeah, and I think he genuinely did care for Peter.
Yeah, I think both of them. There was a very like, you could tell this loving connection, whether it's father or son or
And-
mentor and mentee. Just
And
They-
that's why it hurt so much for Peter at the end to just go, no.
yeah, like because again. That's why one of the reasons, just bringing up like the recent news, but the changing the face. I'm a little appalled because that final scene they nailed the face. Like you know what I mean?
but we don't know that.
As
they
well the fact that you've
even-
gone through all the emotions with that face. And
Well, just-
now
I think they
it's
just.
changing.
I'm
but-
surprised they're changing it when he did such a good job, especially with those kind of scenes where it was just
Yeah,
holy
I've-
shit.
I think
he-
I'll get used to the change.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But
think we all
yeah,
will.
it's weird.
But yeah, like the just and then killing off Aunt May.
Oh, man.
Did anyone seriously think that he was going to actually
No.
save her?
No, but
No.
it still hurts, you know?
Right.
What about the reveal that Aunt May knew the entire time?
I felt like her knowing the whole time wasn't as impactful because of already
don't
going
think
through that
they'd
plot
laid-
point.
I also don't think they laid the groundwork for it fully.
Yeah. Like they laid it out with Octavius.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, I just love the bits where it's like he's on the phone to someone. So I'll be there in 5 minutes, and you're currently fighting Rhino.
Hmm.
Like
And then just
it's just
the
The
interactions
side
you have.
quests aren't particularly great.
Yeah,
Um,
crimes
yeah,
are a
like
little annoying at times.
yeah. But the swinging is just so much fun.
Hmm.
They essentially just nailed the parts that made you Spider-Man,
Yeah,
and then just filled the world with random stuff, so you had stuff to do in it.
yeah, but
Basically,
because you felt
um,
like Spider-Man, it didn't fall like because they nailed the Spider-Man part so well. The open world shit that like the Ubisoft open world stuff of like, oh, here's the crimes and here's the
Oh,
bases
that
and
was so
shit.
good for me.
I didn't do all of
It
them.
still felt good because you were just Spider-Man. Because like I wasn't annoyed with him like I was in a Ubisoft game or in Ghost of Tsushima recently, because you felt like Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's like the side quests are there if you don't want to do the main story. But when I didn't want to do the main story, I just swung around the town. I didn't do the side quests.
Yeah,
Like I hear it's a very easy platinum, but like I didn't get
it
close
was
to the
easy.
platinum
I got the
because
platinums.
because I was just if I go back in, I'm not going to go back in and do side quests.
Hmm.
I'm going to
Yeah.
go in and just swing about Spider-Man and solve random crimes.
Yep.
Did you have any of you have the issue for like the first like 5 or 6 hours where you couldn't pass a crime without having to solve it?
Yeah, I had to. I
I just got into I got into such a drive of being Spider-Man that no, I have to
never
help them.
didn't do a crime.
Yeah, I had to always do a crime.
Yeah,
If it
A,
popped
felt
up,
so good, and B, I'm a trophy whore, and C, you're Spider-Man.
yeah, you're Spider-Man. You have to go
Yeah.
save these people.
Actually, flip platinum to the last part of it, but
Here. We ready to move on?
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so my number 4. First, not a PC or so it's the only one I think that's gonna be on this platform for the whole list. Bravely Default.
This is a cheap one. Okay.
This is only 3DS game I got on here on this list. I think there's one I will argue for in the best games of this generation.
Not gonna
But
happen.
Bravely Default. This game, it has the best combat system I think out of any RPG in the last 10 years. Where are the Vita games? Tim, the Vita is dead. Long live its death.
Killzone Mercenary is my number one.
Oh god.
Tim, ask Sony
Dude,
where the Vita
Mercenary is
games
actually
are.
really
Yeah,
good.
ask Sony where the Vita games are.
Mercenary is really good, and so is Golden Abyss.
With this though,
I mean, Gravity Rush was a Vita game.
anyways, Bravely Default. The combat system is my favorite combat system in any RPG, I think, in any turn-based RPG. The Brave and Default system is so interesting and unique of how you save up your actions and how certain moves cost Brave points, and whether you go all in now or you default and you try to like save up defense and you block for a bit, and you just the constant switching between that, along with such an interesting and varied class system. I think there's, let me look it up real quick. How many classes in Bravely Default? There are 24 jobs in total in this, and you can mix and match any of them with any character. And then every character has a main class and a subclass, and just mixing and matching them, and then having their passive skills, their active skills, and then having their actual things, and then just the crazy stuff you can do, along with their ultimates, being like time based. You have to like when you do an ultimate in Bravely Default, you start a song, they do like a whole animation, and then it starts a song. And you have for that, like you get like a buff on all your characters for the duration of that song, and so you have to start going quickly.
Interesting.
And like you have to know what you're doing. The story was phenomenal. I fell in love with all of the characters. It has one of my favorite things of like, so I was playing it like when I was in the hospital at the time, so like I only like one arm I had an IV in, so I couldn't use one of my arms, but it has a one-handed mode.
Interesting.
So you can just play with one hand, like with one half of your 3DS. It was so super nice and helpful. And it's just, I love the characters. I think the twists they do really well. I think the story overall was really fun. I think the motivations for each character is really fleshed out and good. It felt like everybody had a reason for what they were doing, and it was constantly progressing forward. again, like I can't talk enough about the combat system. Just being one of my like the jobs was so fun every time getting a new job and figuring out who it fits and do I want to slot it in or do I want to ignore it for now, and then just leveling up these jobs along with the characters themselves, and then just even the villains again having their own, like you're fighting these villains but they all have interesting characters, and every single person you get a job from is super super like fun, and they all have good characters, whether they're like just kind of comic relief or they're actual like serious people. It's easily like one of my favorite RPGs of all time. But yeah, I'm guessing neither of you played this.
I have not played it.
Yeah.
I was meaning to at one point. I just never got around to it.
It's the reason I didn't pick up Octopath Traveler at launch, even, because it's made by the same people who made Octopath Traveler, but the combat system in Octopath and the job system in that game is way less interesting and less complex. And so it was just, and then like the characters too were just less interesting, and it was just like I kept comparing it so much because I love Bravely Default so much. We can move on though to Ryan's number 4.
Yeah. So my number 4, Horizon Zero Dawn.
Not on my list.
Is 100% on my list.
I knew it was on your list.
This is like up there as the epitome of Ubisoft open world games, but it just felt like the sort of Shadow of the Colossus, like having to plan how you're attacking these things, but also the Skyrim aspect of like you still have health bars and understanding where you're going and things. It's just a lot of fun. It's a pretty world to go around and just enjoyable to run, tackle these kind of puzzle-like enemies, but also you have kind of like grunts that you can just deal with to feel powerful and good. There's some weapon meta issues and balancing issues. The lip sync is kind of crap. A lot of the side missions are not great, but others are pretty cool. And I think towards the end of the story, like towards the very end of the story, kind of drops off. Mm-hmm. There's definitely a climax in the story, and then the end kind of
happens.
The very ending is very well done, though.
Really?
Like the start of the credits.
The final fight?
No, after the final fight.
I'm trying to remember that part.
She goes back to the ranch.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I was thinking the story that was the castle. That was like
the story that was the past was the best part of the story.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was. It ran into somewhat Breath of the Wildy issue, but people. I liked it how it done Breath of the Wild, but how people complain about you're not a part of the story, sort of like that's the good part of the story in my opinion.
I think it's difficult to really connect to the side quests when most of the characters you're getting side quests from are technically stupid.
And the lip sync, like again, the lip sync you talked about, Ryan, it is
really bad.
Yeah, and like that really took me out a lot of the time because it was just like, oh god, come on.
There's definitely things they can improve on, but
the gameplay in terms of fighting giant monsters, I will say, no other game does fighting giant monsters except for like Shadow of the Colossus, as well. Just like pinning down a giant like dino beast, bringing it to the ground, shocking it, doing all these like crazy like traps, and just constantly chaining this shit together. Phenomenal.
Hands down, the best open world combat I have ever played.
I guess I'm gonna.
The thing is, the beasts themselves are so well animated, and like they all like you fight them all completely differently, and the sound design is so on point.
Yeah, the sound design, the visuals. I'm like Horizon is after Miles and Sackboy and Bugsnax. Horizon is like I've not played any of Frozen Wilds, but like
Same.
Horizon is like okay, yep, I'm gonna be sticking that in, playing,
seeing what it looks like.
Frozen Wilds, watching it on a 4K TV with HDR because I think I played it on my old 1080p, maybe even with a regular PS4.
Same here.
So excited to jump into the Frozen Wilds on my PS5 and be like, Oh hell yeah!
I'll probably pick it up as well, just see
So,
how it looks.
It actually makes me a bit more excited because having played Frozen Wilds, I thought the side quests were fundamentally better in Frozen Wilds.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I just chose that they're making progress as far as that.
My
goes.
biggest issue with the combat in the game though is anytime you're fighting anything that is a human, felt real bad.
Yeah, the human combat is not great.
Oh man, I forgot.
But yeah, I love
combat.
The machines are just so fun to fight.
Yeah, the machines.
You can only take a couple of hits as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The monster. Bringing up what you guys said, monster. Yeah, okay. I forgot Monster Hunter World does exist, but yes, it also does have on par with
Big
Horizon,
monsters.
taking down just big monsters. Yeah, you guys are correct with that.
I fully played through Horizon twice, I think.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I did my second playthrough on Ultra Hard.
Oh.
And you have no health bars on the monsters of that, so your only indicator is how much they're falling apart. And
That's cool.
It's so ridiculously fun.
That's cool. I might turn that on for Frozen Wild.
Let's table this conversation, I say, for now, and we'll come back to it when it comes to missiles list.
Okay, I just want to say one thing. Mm-hmm. The world is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we'll get to that when we get to it on your list, though. Your turn, Ryan.
Number 3, Spider-Man.
Oh. Okay.
So when Missile was like best open world combat, and I was like, nah, because of Spider-Man. Well, and maybe something else that might be on the list, depending on what you consider open world.
Is Ghost of Tsushima going to be on your list?
No.
Okay, I was going to be surprised.
They actually do have another open world game with very good combat on my list. Me and Ryan's top 4 might be incredibly similar.
Mm-hmm. I think mine's nowhere. I can
tell you my number 2 is probably not similar.
Just real quick from Tim in the chat, he said that Frozen Wilds expects you to know how to play the game, Ryan.
Oh yeah, like the first monster you'll uncover if you're not used to the combat for a while will absolutely kick your ass.
But what do you have to say about Spider-Man?
Luckily, the controls are pretty good. I don't know that I've got anything to say about Spider-Man that we haven't already said.
Yeah.
Other than, some of the challenges to do are pain in the ass.
Oh, fuck the speedball shit. I forgot about those.
This all being said, I am buying Miles Special Edition so I can get the remastered version, and I plan on platinuming it and finishing the DLC.
Yeah. We talked about this the third time now.
There's a hidden story. There's a hidden trophy that made me cry. Also.
A hidden trophy.
Is it the one where you go to the?
I know the photo one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's the hidden trophy where you go to the special place.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you just want to move on then, since we've talked about it so much, or do you have anything else? Oh yeah.
Oh my God! And the Stan Lee cameo.
The Stan Lee cameo was good.
And I think it was wasn't it right before he died?
Yeah, I think it was.
Or no.
No, that's Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
Oh, because that one was.
And the Stan Lee in this is pretty good too. It's not as good as Spider-Verse, but damn.
Number 3 for me. I don't think it's going to be on either of your lists, but I'm surprised it was not even shouted out by either of you. Bloodborne.
Nope.
Nope.
My first Souls game.
Because someone said they were going to help carry me through, and then never did.
I tried so many times, sir. Multiple of us said we would help you play. Multiple of us. There was me, there was Delcast, there was Rick, there was Austin, there was Louise, there was Vinny. There was Rob, there was Richard. I could get up to 10 people right now if you need me to.
There's gonna be so many people that I'm gonna bail on when they finally patch it for PS5.
Oh my God. We tried multiple times to help you. Bloodborne is the GOAT. Number 3, what the fuck? Tim, it's not number 1 on my list. You're gonna be mad about my number 1, I'm pretty sure.
So, it's not on my list because I played 10 to 15 hours of it. I played all of those hours on stream, and that game was just far too stressful for me. So I had to stop.
So Bloodborne for me, it was the first. So it was the first time we played I know I said that for 14, but this is it was a different thing. It was the first time playing a Souls game for me. It was such a awesome experience playing it at launch, playing it with all of my friends, all of us just like uncovering and learning things as we were going, and then just get good, but the getting good at it. All of the bosses felt amazing. I played with the hammer. The hammer and the Ludwig's Holy Hammer, I think was Ludwig something hammer.
I think everyone was playing with Ludwig's.
It was awesome. Or no, Ludwig's Holy Blade, and then I used that in the hammer. But those two were my main weapons. They were awesome. You cannot state how much every single weapon felt different and amazing. In that game, every single boss felt amazing. In that game, the world, the atmosphere, the story, the voice acting, every single part of this game is perfect. Yeah, all three of the starting weapons, phenomenal. I started with the axe, loved it.
Cane sword.
Yeah, the Blades of Mercy, holy fuck.
Oh fuck.
And then just
God,
again,
that
Castle Canehurst. Oh my god. The 3 different endings, the playing it multiple times. The Chalice dungeons are the only part I will say they did get repetitive. They got a little repetitive. The reason I didn't platinum the game was because of the Rom, give us eyes. Was the reason I didn't platinum it because of the Chalice dungeons. But the amount of people alongside me too who were just having so much fun. People who didn't even like Souls games just falling in love with this game as well, just going through it with them. I know I'm the only one, me and you, Ryan, because you've just never beaten it, are the only 2 out of like all of us like PSN people that didn't platinum that game.
I think so.
And it's because even Austin ended up finishing it. The amygdala, God, fuck the amygdala. That was an amazing fight.
Dude, I'm interested to see going, because this is another one that I have like ready. Well, actually, I don't have it installed in my drive.
You gotta do it
to carry over to PS5 because I expect that there is, well, A, because I have it on disc, and B, because I think that it's going to have such a large patch that in pre-installing it's going to be
waste of time.
A waste of time. It's not that I'm going to wait for a PS5 patch because we have enough to play at launch.
Yeah, it's like just playing this game. Like I liked Dark Souls 1. I thought it was good. I didn't play Dark Souls 2 or 3, and I haven't played Sekiro yet. But holy fuck, is Bloodborne one of the best games of all time. Just every single part of it is just perfect. Like it is a 10 out of 10. The Chalice dungeons are the only part you can knock, and even then there are some fights in it that are awesome. They are a little generic at times, but the co-op of it, the ring, the bell, just the zeitgeist of it, of having all of my friends in this, everybody doing something else but trying to constantly help each other. It was the first time for me also playing a game that hard, I think, because it took me, 2 weeks to beat Amelia.
Yeah,
because I couldn't figure out how to kill her, and I finally just realized I needed to hit her hard, and I just needed to just go as aggressive as possible, and just getting that different style of play style, going ultra aggressive, and then just from there on, just having this mindset of I can do this, I can beat this.
Not only that, the way that they time out and pace out being able to bring people in co-op is so clever, because it's okay, you pretty much are able to do co-op after your first 3 deaths, because the first one gets you the store, the second one gets you upgrades, the third one I think is when you get
the bell
to be able to co-op or something.
Yeah, the beckoning bell.
The beckoning
searching
bell.
for a chime for the beckoning bell.
But then for a while you don't have you have to use a thing to be able to beckon people, and you don't have too much of that stat over time for that first for the second and third bosses, I feel like. And then you have to trade being able to use your beckoning bell with going with your sanity meter and stuff, and it's that's so cool. And if you use it too much, you get different enemies, and it's awesome.
Yeah, it's just the lore is awesome. From the chat from Tim, the lore is awesome too, and for a From game, it's a lot easier to get the general idea. I agree. I think the lore is just enough there in all this stuff, while Dark Souls is very much like you have to delve into like fan theories and shit, which I never really like personally. I think there's just enough there in Bloodborne to understand what's going on and to have discussions about what's going on just from playing the game.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a perfect game.
You almost get like one set of lore by just playing the game, and then like another set of lore if you go into the items and stuff. But you don't have to like.
You don't have to do.
cross-connect.
Yeah.
Unlike Dark Souls, you don't have to like. It's not all told in the items, and it's not like, oh, you have to get the entire set to even know what the hell's going on.
Yeah. And then just the factions. Oh my god, all of the stuff is just like. I can't speak enough about this game, but your turn, Missile. Number 3.
I was just saying, I would be up for trying Bloodborne again. I did play it in 2016, and I was a lot worse at video games then because I didn't play too many games between like 2008 and 2015.
Yeah.
So like, I was playing Bloodborne as someone who played games very badly.
Yeah.
And I think that just stressed me out far too much.
I mean, if your Overwatch rank says anything, you're still bad at games.
I am still bad at games, yeah.
I'm
But
platinum.
yeah, I was also streaming it,
play?
which is
Whoa.
extra stressful. So maybe we'll stream it next time.
You're number 3 though, Missile.
Number 3 is Horizon Zero Dawn.
Okay, so now I was assuming it was around here.
Yeah.
I think I know what your number 1 is, by the way. I think I know what your number 1 and your number 2 are, and I think they're different than. I think neither of them are on Ryan's list.
Okay. You probably do know what my number 1 and number 2 is. So we've already talked a lot about this. Yeah, I love how much of it feels like you're a hunter. Like, I fell in love with this game in the first couple hours. So
We didn't
like,
talk about the bow. Holy fuck.
Yeah, the bow feels amazing. Like,
Dude.
just all the weapons feel amazing.
Dude, triggers where the bow, you can feel the bowstring between your hands. Just think about that.
I'm curious to see if
Horizon
they'll
2 is
patch that in.
incredible.
Dude, I would love if they patched that in. That would be so awesome.
But yeah, just the world is just so beautiful as well. I took so many screenshots in that game.
It's the second most beautiful game on PS4 by far. Still.
Resident Evil 7?
Oh, I was thinking Ghost of Tsushima is the most beautiful game on PS4 in terms of its graphical fidelity.
Oh, graphical fidelity, no. Last of Us. By far. It's just
Yeah.
Last of Us is a
Yeah,
gross,
yeah.
terrible world that I would never want to actually
Okay,
live
fair. But like Horizon, though, what I'm saying is it's in that conversation. I still
Yeah.
feel,
I think as far as beauty goes,
and it came out 3 years ago. Still, that we're talking about it is like one of the most beautiful games.
yeah. But I just love every single one of those machines.
Mm-hmm.
in. And none of us played
Just
it
from
in
the
full 4K.
animations to the sound design, like you got a freaking snapjaw that just lunges at you out of nowhere, and you have to like roll underneath it, and it's so good. But yeah, like we mainly talked about it when it was on Ryan's list. There's not much more else to say. I loved the reveal of like why the machines are the way they are.
Yes.
Yep.
I
like-
love where Aloy comes
and-
from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that too, and the spire as well. I just love that. I'd be like, you've been looking at that the entire game, and you find out what it is for. It's just
I
That
think
climb had more story in it than most games.
I think one of the big parts too of Horizon I loved was it's gonna be a slight spoiler for people, but so just fair warning. But when she goes back to the village that cast her out, like the starting village, and you go into the mountain,
Yeah.
and then they all start trying to treat her like, you know what I mean?
yeah.
And she's
So
just like,
when she walks out,
yeah, and she just kind of is like, if I remember correctly, she's just like, fuck all of y'all, kinda.
yeah, basically, yeah.
Like you can't just like, all of a sudden like I'm
I
a
find the line
huge
is,
part of your religion
first
now.
you shun me, now this.
Yeah. And it's
Oh,
just
man.
like, it was such a like, good. Like, I'm happy she was like, because
Yeah.
they treated her like shit.
Yeah.
They treated
Yeah.
her father like shit. They treated her like shit. And then she's doing what she needs
Yeah.
to for the world, but like, fuck these people.
See, now I'm remembering what the ending is and not getting it mixed up, what you learned at the Spire versus what you get confirmed at the end.
Yeah.
And yeah. Damn. So good.
So good. I do agree with the audio pickups, but it's also the thing. I was like, you're in a place where there's going to be a lot of audio pickups. I don't know how else they could have done it.
Mm-hmm.
But I enjoyed most of the audio logs I listened to.
For reference, Tim's saying in chat that
Yeah.
like some of the missions are just walk 5 feet, get an audio log, listen to the audio log, which I think it was fine.
Yeah. I mean, as someone who does a lot of collectibles, I think that the collectibles in this were actually really done pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
I think the biggest like audio log heavy bit was actually the very start.
No,
when you
I
walk
think
in
there
a room,
was
there's like
one-
6 of them.
It was like the
And this
middle-ish
may have
to
actually-
end.
Yeah, there was one where you had to go into the bunker.
And you were
And,
a
like-
lot of audio logs.
It was like you went from one bed to another in a barracks, and it was like audio log, audio log, audio log.
That was definitely the
But
most
also,
heavy part.
I was collectathoning, so I don't know what was required by the story versus what was just me.
A lot of that was story, like really, like you should, like it was either you should do it or it was mandatory.
Yeah.
Because if I remember
That's-
correctly.
I did enjoy. I was happy to stop and just listen to the audio logs.
I agree,
So, yeah,
but
like
I think it was
yeah,
just
like-
one of those things, you know, you kind of that's not going to be for everybody. It's how invested are you in the story.
yeah, like I just love that game so much. Like I could jump back in and fight machines. Like
It has
Yeah.
that Spider-Man thing you're talking about, where you just want to you can
Yeah.
just jump in and fight, and it's fun.
2.5 weeks, and I'm going to.
Next though on your list, number 2.
number 2. So my top 3 order was difficult.
I'm curious
Number
if I'm
2
correct
is-
about 2.
Number 2 is Nier Automata.
Wow!
Oh.
I thought it was number 1.
It very nearly was number 1.
It was very nearly.
Yeah, the
Nier?
pun was
No,
not intended.
no.
The pun was not intended.
I have not played this game.
It
I'm
was
not either.
number 1 up until very recently.
Oh.
Maybe it's not the game I'm thinking of for your number 1.
Genshin Impact is number 1.
No, I'm pretty sure it is the game you're thinking of.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know where to start with Nier.
Floor is yours.
So one, I really enjoyed the combat.
Mhm.
I just had so much fun, like just the different weapons and how you could combine them, and just very well done combat. You can blow off 2B's skirt. That's a positive. No.
Yokotaro, the Yokotaro in it.
People are getting pissed that I'm doing it in this order. The soundtrack is absolutely phenomenal. Weight of the World is hands down my favourite gameplay track this generation.
Not the remix version in 14?
No, that the version in Automata.
Yeah.
But just every track in that game is incredible.
Mhm.
And the story is just like you do the first playthrough and you think that's a good story. And you do the second playthrough and you get a bit more context for everything and it's pretty cool. And then the third playthrough just goes absolutely nuts. And it's just such an incredible story. And like,
I'm sorry, because I don't want you to say too much about the story, just like in terms of like
yeah.
hard details that we had before, just because I want to play that.
So Tim said in the chat the second playthrough hurts a little. It can get a little bit tiring, I would say. Just the way that it's set up. For me, it did add enough. Yeah, B is definitely the hardest part of the game to get through.
How long is each playthrough?
I'm not 100% sure. I think the first playthrough is about 15 hours.
Oh,
Depending
wow.
on how much side stuff you do. Second playthrough is probably about 10, and then the third is probably about 10, 15.
That's the reason. That's the issue I always had with trying to get into this game, was just hearing about how many times you have to play it, and then like
So
how long
what
it
I will
is.
say is, you are not playing the exact same game 3 times.
Yeah, I get that, but you know.
But yeah, the story is just so good, and like
Forgot to write it.
I can't say enough about the music. It's just so incredible. It's just an incredible video game.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do kind of play the same game twice, but I think it's different enough. Without spoiling anything.
Are you ready to move on then to the next one? To my number 2?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm happy to move on. Like I
Okay.
don't want to say too much about it here. I just think it's an incredible video game. Tim wants me to wait.
He already said the music is phenomenal. He painstakingly went over that.
Wait, is the music any good in that game?
Yeah, it's alright.
More.
Yeah. It's.
If you sub right now, Tim, we'll give him more time.
Ian Hink during the Easy Allies Game of the Year Awards 2017 said, Persona 5 has an incredible soundtrack, but Nier blows it out of the water.
Yeah,
soundtrack
is good too.
He's not joking.
My number 2 though.
Your number 2?
I'm curious if you guys would have guessed this, but Tetris Effect.
Oh,
then not guess that.
I would not have guessed that.
So I am a Tetris whore.
Yeah,
I have played like 100 hours probably of Tetris 99. I have tons of wins. None of that comes close to like probably the 300 hours I have in Tetris Effect. Half of that probably being in VR.
Wow.
Yeah. We're not doing any. So for reference, Tim, Switch we considered not this generation.
I think he means AC Odyssey.
No, he means Mario Odyssey because we have had a lot of arguments about that game. Yeah, because there's no Zelda, there's no like 3DS. We consider. We consider this generation, and Vita we consider this generation, but not Switch and not Wii U.
I'll just say some of my dishonorable mentions.
We should have. Oh, we should do those. Tetris Effect though. It is my favorite VR game by far, and I think you are doing yourself a disservice if you never try that game in VR. The way the colors, the lights, the emotions you feel as you're going along with this music and you're slamming the Tetris pieces and you're doing everything is just nothing else another game does. It's just such a different, wild, amazing emotional experience playing through this game. Yeah, it's just like it's hard to describe. The music is like the soundtrack is phenomenal in this game. I've been listening to it since the soundtrack finally just got released like 2 months ago because they didn't have versions of these songs mixed for not in the game until recently.
Right. Yeah, and they wanted to take like some of the best plays and stuff apparently and use that as like the note for note and timing and stuff.
Yeah.
Just such a crazy way to make a soundtrack.
And it's
be like
a wild
because it's take game data and then play it.
It's a Tetris game, but it's also a rhythm game.
Right.
Like it's because Tetris is such a different game though, Andrew. For reference, what Andrew said was like I find it fascinating how Riley experiences puzzle games. He makes them sound like it's a soul-finding adventure. It's different with Tetris, especially because it is this thing of the way Tetris Effect is set up and the way you're going through the levels and the story and the music and the way the music just plays and the visuals around you. I'm specifically talking about VR because that's how I played the first like 100 hours of this game. I wouldn't play it without VR. The only reason I started playing without VR was because my freshman year of college, I didn't have my VR in my dorm. I just had my PS4, so I wanted to play Tetris. It is a soul-finding adventure. And it's just such a musical journey. And this is just talking about the story. Getting into the extra modes they have, some of my most favorite ways to play Tetris. They obviously have like marathon mode where you just play through, you get your like unlimited Tetris. But they also have modes where it's like you have to correctly slam a piece to do a Tetris, and then correctly slam the next piece to do a Tetris, and you have to keep doing that to clear out a whole thing. Or, like, it starts with pieces already in place, so it's a little weird. You have to try to clear things down. You have to play Tetris like that. And just again, the music and the visuals and everything is so different to how else I've played Tetris and just games in general, and it's one of my easily favorite VR games. And I've played probably a decent amount now, but it's such a different. I played it both on PSVR and I played it now on Oculus Quest because I have a Quest. I bought it again for Quest because I just wanted to play it more on VR, but I didn't want to plug in the PSVR.
Right.
And it's just beautiful. Like, it's such a beautiful personal experience I think everybody should take. Like, if they can. Even just not in VR. I think you are doing the game a disservice if you're not playing it in VR. Because it is, with headphones and VR, it's just you're more enraptured in it. Even me smile. Yeah. I don't know. Do you guys have something to say on this game? Have you guys played it?
I've played it. I'm absolutely terrible at Tetris, so yeah.
I think you can still have fun with it though, even if you're not good at Tetris. That's the thing. Like, just on the easier modes.
I'll pull it up every once in a while and get through the next song or two in story mode, but it's like that's going to be something that I think having quick resume or like multiple games open will be good for, because like I can just like jump in right to one song and just be like, okay, do 2 songs, pop into something else.
Mm-hmm.
I know that like is hurting Riley's soul.
It is.
To be like, you're only playing 2
because
songs.
No, I
not
did
just, like,
because
playing in the zone.
I played the adventure. If you do the story mode, I wholly recommend just sitting down and playing through all of the adventure mode, and just going through the journey of it.
I can't Tetris like that.
Missile, you said you played it though?
I've not played it.
Oh, you need to play it, dude.
I'm not hugely into Tetris, and I do not own a VR headset.
I'm curious if you guys can figure out what my number 1 is going to be, but we'll move on to Ryan's.
I don't know. Number 2. Hail Hydra to save the cheerleader to save the world.
What?
This is Until Dawn.
Oh.
Ooh.
So
That's an interesting choice.
I forgot. I'm not surprised this is on here, but I forgot.
No, you're not. So like, Until Dawn is such an interesting thing. Like, I don't know that it's necessarily something that hasn't completely been done before, but it takes some of those like PC / choose your own adventure games and like turns that up to 11, and then puts it in a light-hearted, comical
horror, B-movie horror.
Yeah, B-movie horror that just nails like understanding what it is and what it's doing, and like this like teenagers in the woods kind of thing, but also having an underlying story that actually matters and makes sense. Plus, I did play this. I did do a solo playthrough, but then like played it in a night and a half, and then had friends come in, and with 4 friends, we passed the controller around playing, and it was so much fun.
My first time playing it was my friend Jaren came over, and he'd already played it or seen somebody play it or something.
Yeah.
But he just sat there. We would just like I was the one controlling since he'd already done it. And I just played through the game, and it was such a fun experience doing it like somewhat co-op-y, you know? Of what are you gonna do?
Right. Yeah. Bissell, did you play Until Dawn?
I didn't, but I've seen the full playthrough of it.
Yeah. It's fun. That's actually on my I need to go back and finish up the platinum list.
I think they do a really good job too of like your choices actually do matter.
Yeah, and it's cool once you're done with the game, you can go back and you can kind of like adjust the timeline, and if you've played from that point on, you can like jump forward as well. So you can like see what happens down the road. I wish your choices matter earlier. Yeah, part of that is game dynamics and like teaching you the ropes, but also it's like setting up some of the forks in the road that you can see later in the game. So I understand why it's not like 5 minutes in you choose to do something and somebody dies.
Yeah. I think just because it's hard to spoil this game necessarily because of like so much of it is like your own choices and shit.
Yeah.
But like the who lives and who dies is always like such a fun experience of it. Like I messed up and I had almost everybody. I had like 1 or 2 people live. I got like
Right.
probably the worst ending, but I still had such a fun time with all of it and just going through and just. It was, yeah. The story is really good.
I just remember finishing it, and I had a like middle of the. I didn't get everybody to live, everybody to die the first time I did it, but like after that, there's a like the end. The last bit of it is a quick time event. At least the ending that I had finished is like this kind of stealth quick time event kind of thing, and then I was like, hey. It's got a button prompt that I didn't follow over here. What if I do that and the entire place blows up or something? And it's like
that's what happened to me. That is what happened to me.
That's your canon ending?
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah, that's why I said like because some people do live, even if you do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what happened to me because I was. It's so good though. I think it's the ultimate version of these like these Telltale choose your own adventure games. I think it's been the best one out of all of them.
Other than maybe the very first
Walking Dead.
Walking Dead.
That's just because the story was, but like in terms of like gameplay wise.
Gameplay wise, yeah, I'm excited because I've heard some people say the.
I've heard bad things about their new game.
Their new doc. I know Man of Medan got meh, but. I've heard some people say that the next one gets a little bit more of what made Until Dawn special, but maybe not.
Mm-hmm. It's a little janky, TBH, more so than I remember, but still solid. I can see that. I'm not like gameplay wise. I'm not saying like it's the best game. Like that's why it's not on my list. I understand why it's on Ryan's list, but like I do understand though. It's like it is just a fun time, and it's like like especially with friends because it feels you're watching a kind of like a like B-movie horror with friends if you do it with friends. Of just like the jump scares and like the horror is not that horror-y, but it's still fun. Do you want to move on to your number 1?
My number 1, God of War.
Yeah, there's no surprise there.
It just feels so good to play and so heavy. Even if you took out, I think, the story, it is one of my favorite Metroidvania games to it. It is.
I am going to ask everybody right now not to spoil things.
Yeah,
I know this really sucks. This really sucks because I understand. Sorry, but I have not played it yet, and I'm gonna play it when it comes to PS5. I'm just gonna wait.
Riley, to be completely honest with you, I think that this would be in my top 3, even without the story being what it is.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Just from gameplay mechanics, from the map, from how beautiful this game is, from the side characters, and one of the characters that you get to interact with a lot, and it's just like, in the way, and this is, I guess, sort of story related, but like the way that they integrate Norse mythology into it,
mm-hmm.
and completely flip what was kind of cringy, twisted metal, early Kratos into this like
interesting dynamic character.
Yeah, but also the way that they play with the gods is like different. Like the way that they keep some stuff that is Norse mythology and say, no, that's just a story, and then other parts of it's like, no, that's real. It's really cool.
Even just scrolling back up earlier, like when Sophia was around, she was like the axe, the first thing, because I feel like that's the first thing I hear about every single person who plays this game. They don't mention the story, they don't mention anything. The first thing they mention is that axe.
That axe. You are Thor from Avengers. It's just like that thunk every time.
It is an incredible video game. I will give them extra props for managing getting the word dauber in a AAA video game.
For getting the word what?
Dauber.
Dauber?
It's a Scottish slang word for a body part.
Oh.
And it's in God of War.
Oh, cool.
A certain character that I think you mentioned.
But holy crap, screw the Valkyries.
I've heard they're great fights, but they're really hard.
Yes. And also, unfortunately, I had a story thing spoiled for me that...
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. I just need to get good so I can actually see that part.
I thoroughly enjoyed God of War. It was number 11 on my list.
Yeah.
Yeah, combat is really fun. Story's very well done. I liked a couple of the story points in particular were very good. No spoilers, but boat rides are very fun.
Yep.
That's all I'm going to say on that.
Dude, I would sit in the boat for hours.
Yeah. Boat Simulator 2018. Done. But yeah, it is an incredible video game. I don't know why I don't quite look back at it as fondly as the other games in my top 10. But, like, yeah, it's a special game.
Holy shit! Wait, so real quick then, is that your number one?
That's my number one.
Wait, no, not missiles. Sorry, it's not missiles because it's in his honorable mentions.
Yeah, it's number 11.
Because you said top 10. I was like, holy shit, was I wrong? Wow.
Nope. That's my number one.
Anything else you guys want to say, or should we move on?
What's your number one, Riley?
My number one is a game that's already been mentioned.
It's Overwatch, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Overwatch.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite games of all time, is the thing. Like, it's in my top 4 games of all time. Yo.
We know you're pro Genji.
Fuck off, Tim. First off, I'm going to say that right now, because I'm seeing him in chat getting mad that it's my number one. I've put probably close to 2,000 hours at this point in this game.
Yeah, you have.
And I don't, like, 99.9% of that time, I am having fun. I'm having a good time. People have hated certain metas, yada yada
Really that
yada.
much?
hated certain things about the game. Since day one, I don't think I've not liked this game. It's so much fun. Every single character feels so amazing. They all feel so different and interesting in different ways. Even ones that are not meta, it's fun to see people understand how to play them. Cause I'm not at GM top 500 level, so it doesn't matter as much. I mean, I'm decent at the game. I'm diamond to masters, but you just seeing people okay, I understand how the game works, how the game plays. Playing with friends has been so much fun in the last 4 years now, of just even people who aren't because there's a lot of variation in my friends' skill levels, right? Not everybody's the best, not everybody's the worst, but it's so much fun just having fun shooting the shit with people playing, along with when you have a coordinated moment, when you're coordinating throughout the game, even just in quick play, and just making call outs and people are playing in sync and just dumpstering people, because it's not because necessarily one person's just carrying, but everybody's playing in sync and playing well. It is my favorite gameplay, because it just feels so rewarding to have everybody listening to call outs or making call outs, going together, coordinating ultimates, rotating things, moving together as a unit, and playing with one mind kind of thing. And it's such a wow. There's a glare on me real quick. 1 second. Let me close the blinds a bit.
There is one thing.
That glare is 10 right now.
Yeah.
Other than what the heck is Overwatch 2, the other bad thing I would say about this game is there was a 3-month period of time where it was you wanted to shiv everybody because it was just a roll of the dice who was able to get in the lobby first and pick Lucio.
Also, just go Goats did.
See, I never hated goats like everybody else. I actually found goats fun.
Goats was fun.
I've liked almost every meta. I think I've liked every meta, honestly, or found something I like in every meta. I like the game.
I played Arista and double shield in a tournament, and it was depressing.
I've always I like almost every single character. Maybe Torb and Sim I don't like to play, and that's really it. I have fun. Every single character is so fun and interesting. There are a couple maps that do suck. That's the one thing I will give it. Paris and Horizon do suck. Yeah, we had this conversation yesterday when we were playing.
God.
They are bad maps, but they're not in comp anymore at least. And again, they took those maps out of comp for the foreseeable future.
Shit.
They're only in quick play.
Huh.
But it's so much fun just playing with everybody. Again, my biggest issue still is how they started with such an open creative game, and every year okay, Tim. I don't want to get into that, but about why you're wrong. For reference, what he said is my biggest issue is still just how they started with such an open, creative game, and with every year that goes by, it becomes more locked and more forced. Again, like that's like strictly false. Like that's strictly false because there are modes where you just do that. Like Quick Play Classic still exists. Like you're just.
I like 2-2-2.
Yeah, and I like 2-2-2 is also the correct way to like play that. Like it is way better for the health of the game. It's way better for the design aspects of the game, and it is way smarter from a balance perspective.
I liked that it was completely open at launch because no one had an absolute clue what they were doing.
Yeah. I think that part
so being able just to lock DPS and just go just as range as above twice a map and get one kill was fun.
God, the amount of teams in the first few months that you saw that were like Soldier and like that would have like a Soldier, a Hanzo, a Genji, and a a Reaper, and it was like
you're Zen for healing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dude, Zen for healing all day.
Yeah, it's just like
I guess Overwatch at launch had basically no healing.
Yeah, there was just Mercy really.
Mercy, Lucio, Zen.
Because Sim was in the healer category, support category, but yeah, like they didn't have a fit.
Right.
They didn't have a fit support.
She was support.
And like Mercy was the only one like that really did a lot of healing. Lucio could heal like everybody up, but like he didn't do direct healing.
Go Mercy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lucio's healing was so slow at the beginning, and then
he had such a huge range, which was so nice. The speed was busted.
For like the first year and a half, Zen was almost more of an attacker than a healer, if anything.
It still kind of is like that.
He could get body shot by a Widow and die.
Yeah, the 150 health on him at the start too was wild.
Yeah.
But overall though, like, it's just I've had like the events. This is also not talking about. We've not at all talked about. We talked a little, I guess, when it was the start with Missile, but like the events and the skins they added in this game, the art team is always on points.
Yep.
Like I don't think there's been a single event where they've not had like multiple skins where it's like, yeah, I gotta get that.
I don't think they've done a fantastic job at updating the game.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
It's trailed off.
I think Overwatch could have been a lot better than it currently is. Like they seem super slow and stuff. But yeah, like there's very few things that are as entertaining as like a Rhine versus Rhine duel.
Oh,
or like a Widow versus Widow duel.
Yeah, and I think just all these moments again. I never like people have ebbed and flowed on how they feel about it and yada yada. Like you see Tim in chat, like again, just being like, "I hate the game now. It's bad. It's just bad." Which again, I think people are also when you play a game for like 500 hours, and then I mean, didn't you just say that up there? Like, okay, maybe not just you then, but I have heard you say that multiple times, Tim. That you think it's bad.
The community in it is also awful.
Yeah, like that's like so like the issues that I would have with it are people are just like toxic.
That's a
any competitive game though. Yeah,
like just every map there's someone that's toxic.
Yeah. That's why like
we're complimenting 14 how nice the community is. You have to
talk about the exact opposite of Overwatch. Yeah, and that is an issue. But I find that issue with I don't think there's a single competitive game on anything doesn't have this issue, so it's hard to knock it for that.
For Honor does a pretty good job about that.
And how small of a community is that though at this point?
Oh sure.
Like that's.
But as far as the toxicity, like.
Yeah.
Very, 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 very like not there.
When you get smaller games, I find that's easier.
Maybe.
Like, because I'm talking about like big, like CS, you're gonna see this issue. You're gonna see this issue with Rainbow Six. You're gonna see the same issue with League of Legends and Dota, with Call of Duty. You know what I mean? Like these big.
Yeah. The biggest problem Overwatch has is that everyone thinks that they understand Overwatch and nobody understands Overwatch.
Which, yeah, again, this comes into like I don't think that's the game. Like I don't knock the game at all for this, and I do love this game. Like, but like like the co-op event things, like the PvE events have been really fun. That's why I'm excited for Overwatch 2 if they can make the PvE fun.
It's just frustrating that they made events for the first year, and then did nothing for like the next 3.
Yes, that's the. I would wish that they would have come out with like a PvE thing 2 years ago, probably, maybe, or even like a year ago. Not waited this long to add the PvE.
Yeah, or even added horde mode just to the regular maps would have been
something
fine.
like that. Yeah, but again,
Like,
in
don't
the
even
end,
give
like
it story, just horde mode.
I've had just so many hours and so much fun with this game, and I've loved like again like 99.9% of every minute of it. Of just like, yeah, I get frustrated sometimes, and yeah, I get mad, like annoyed because we're losing or XYZ or yada yada, but like the gameplay is just always tight, and it feels amazing to me no matter what hero I'm playing, honestly. Like I started this game off with like being one trick Lucio. I played like 150 hours of just that character, and then
Yep.
like just that alone, every single minute was amazing. And then after that, it was just experiencing and learning every single other hero, or almost every other hero, and just having so much fun with almost all of them. It's just been insane to me how much content variation and just fun I've had with all the people I've played with. Anyways, Missile, I'm pretty sure I know what your number 1 is. Can I reveal it for you?
Go for it, Riley.
Persona 5?
Persona 5 Royal.
Okay, technicality, but fuck it.
That's what I meant by I said it changed recently.
Okay.
Persona 5 was at number 2 and Nier was at number 1 until Royal came out.
Wow.
What can I say about Persona 5? I'll start off with the music. I don't think that game has a bad song in it.
Yeah.
Like, I've played Persona 5 games fully, I think 4 times.
She played the first one twice, right?
I did it 3 times.
Oh, fucking hell.
I did it 3 times to get the plat. And I played Royal once.
So you have
So
like 500
you're
hours in this
talking,
game.
you're talking over 400 hours.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I never got sick of a song once.
That battle theme, no matter if it's the first time you play, no matter if it's the last time you play, jamming.
Yeah. Honestly, like Rivers in the Desert is a phenomenal song.
Real quick, Tim said, so basically you've played Persona 5 more than I've played Overwatch.
I've played a lot of Persona 5.
Yeah.
But yeah, the battle music, just the walking around town music, just everything. The menus are unreal. I love
The style.
pretty much all the characters. Like definitely like some of my favorite characters, probably of all time actually.
Mm-hmm.
Not even just this gen. I really enjoyed finding new personas.
Gotta catch them all.
Most of the palaces are very good.
Oh god. That's the wild thing with this game is like so much of it is at a 10 except for like one whole section.
They improve a lot in Royal.
Except for the boss fight.
Yeah, the boss fight in that particular palace, I still don't particularly like. But like I said, Persona 5 was already an incredible game, and then Royal they just added so much. It's kind of crazy how much they added for it.
From what I've heard, yeah, because I've only played 5 base, not Royal.
Yeah. Yeah. Royal was 100% worth the buy for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just
the one
like,
thing, like the two things. Oh, sorry. Go.
It's crazy to think that, like, you're doing the day-to-day stuff for when you go into the palace, but I'd argue the day-to-day stuff is actually the best part of the game.
I would agree.
The
connection and the story is the real shining point of this game.
Yeah. That being said, the Take Your Heart music is so good. I could listen to that song forever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm absolutely blanking on every song name, even though I know all of them right now. But yeah, they're just
The style.
all
Real quick, the style of this game. Just you haven't
yeah,
mentioned it
style.
yet. Just over the moon in terms of art style, in terms of just pop. Like it pops. Like you talked about the menus. Like holy fuck, those menus. Just
Yeah,
the way that
and
they.
I
Oh.
love how they do the cover system. The camera can be a little finicky.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like every part of the game feeds into every other part of the game so incredibly well.
The interconnectedness of you're working on these social links with your friend, like with your friends, and you're working on fighting, and then like then how that feeds into the fighting, and then how the fighting feeds into like you're just understanding your party members and your characters a little better, and then like the palace, the way the stories work in each palace feeds into each party member, and just all of that, like you're saying, is just,
Yeah.
oh.
And Royal they added a card game, which I also can't remember the name of right now.
Oh yeah,
Which is
fuck, I forgot about that.
incredibly fun.
Is it Triple Triad good?
It's okay. On its own, the card game in Persona 5 is better.
Ooh.
However, Triple Triad is actually works into other game systems in it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think overall, Triple Triad's better.
Yeah.
But if Triple Triad wasn't like part of like game systems,
Mm-hmm.
I would take the Persona 5 card system over it.
The only two knocks I'll have, well, like a couple knocks I have against this game are, the space dungeon, like we talked about.
Yeah.
The space palace, which feeds into another issue of like Haru, like one of the characters you just get. This is from base. I don't know if they change in Royal.
Yeah.
Like her story's a little rushed and a little
it's one of the
slow.
issues where like you're introducing characters throughout the game. Is like at what point do you stop so that you can fully realize them?
Mm-hmm.
She does appear earlier.
Oh.
In Royal, but not as like a part of the party. You just see her about in that.
Oh, okay.
Which helps a little, but she's still. Our story is still cut short a little.
Yeah, it didn't feel like they gave me enough time to become friends with her.
The new characters in Royal are very good. The new music is very good.
Mm-hmm. I've looked into what the new stuff is, so I know the story stuff of what goes on in Royal and the like who the new characters are and what they're like. So I think they seem pretty cool.
Yeah, I know the bit you're talking about, Tim, and I get that complaint.
Yeah, and that too is a little dumb. The like, it kind of is and kind of isn't, because like they explain. I feel like they explain it well enough in the game.
They explain it with drugs, but yeah. What was the other thing? Oh yeah. So I thought the social links in Persona 5 were good. They are so much better in Royal.
Oh wow!
It's not even funny.
Is it every single social link, or is it just the party, or is it the side characters?
I would say every single social link is better.
Wow, because I really liked a lot of the stories.
So yeah, so they add little bits into every story. Not major, which really helps, but just like obviously a lot of the drive for doing them is the abilities that you get.
Yeah.
And the abilities that you get are so much better.
Did they change the gun kid?
Yeah, it's all better.
Okay, good, because his was awful, but I loved his story.
So in Royal, your gun reloads after every fight.
Oh, that's nice.
Not at the end of every palace. Persona 5 Royal is a lot easier to break than the original is.
Mm-hmm.
I have a max stats Arsene in Royal. So yeah, much more breakable. But
yeah. Sweet. I think that's.
What can I say? What can I say about a 100-hour plus JRPG that I played 4 times?
Yeah.
Like.
To push through it 4 times, I think says a lot about how much you like the game. If you're able to play it 4 times and still love it. Yeah, I think that's all of our games then.
Yeah.
Time for now. Do you guys want to do the best? Or do you want to do the Dis defines this generation?
Let's do this. Define.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
fine.
say let's take a break real quick so I can pee.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm
Take a
gonna
break.
run an ad.
No, I'm going to mute myself for 4 minutes.
I'm back. When you're back,
Yep.
what was the explanation about Switch, Wii U, etc.? So the reason we excluded Switch because not what Ryan said. The Wii U we said no to because we counted that as Xbox 360, PS3, which I wasn't 100% in agreement with, but I get it. And then the Switch we said was more this next generation. So that was the argument about why we're excluding them. Because I think these lists would have looked. I don't think either of Missiles or Ryan's would have looked different. No. Mine would have looked very much different.
Okay, you would have put Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze at the top.
From the Wii U games, a lot Bayonetta 2 probably would have made it in. Donkey Kong would have made it in. Captain Toad would have made it in. What else? Smash for Wii U maybe. But yeah, like those, and then for Switch, Breath of the Wild would have made it in. I guess Breath of the Wild technically would have made it in because it was a Wii U game. Mario Odyssey would have made it in. Mario and Rabbids might have made it in. I have my Switch right here, so let me look. Because I was thinking about this when I was looking at them. Golf Story might have even made it in. Stuff like, what else really? I think those are only like Switch games that would have really pushed in. I hated Astral Chain. Yeah, not Pokemon. Not Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Yeah, that's really it. Come on now. I'm not sure all of those would make it in. I like Captain Toad, Tim. That probably would have taken the Talos Principle slot. Bayonetta 2 would have probably taken Kingdom Hearts 3.
Ugh.
Super Mario 3D World probably would have made it in. Like, I love 3D World.
But do you think Super Mario 3D World is going to be best on PS5?
I'm back.
Wait, what about games you guys didn't bring up? What do you mean, Tim? That's just those weren't our favorite games. If they weren't on the list... So, I'm trying to even think of honorable mentions that we might have forgot. Like Red Dead?
I mean, it's all like personal honorable mentions as well.
Yeah, these are games that we like.
I'm sure, as far as, best games and, games that define, but, we'll have, a very long list of games that we'll mention.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're going to mention quite a few here.
Last Guardian, no. Hollow Knight, I didn't like. Or Return of the Obra Dinn, I didn't finish.
Disco Elysium I would happily mention as far as like.
I'll put it in my honorable mentions. I did like it. Well, see, I didn't even like it. I liked it, but it was not on the level of any of my honorable mentions, though. Hellblade I didn't finish because it was too much for me. Edith Finch, it was. I thought about putting it in my honorable mentions, and it was good, and it was really good, but I didn't.
Yeah, because we still have games that define the gen and best games to go.
Yeah,
so.
like Alien Isolation, I didn't play it.
Yep, same.
Last Guardian, I have a lot of issues with.
I haven't started Last Guardian. I've only gotten a little bit way about a third of Hellblade or Edith Finch.
Tim.
We're not doing this honorable mentions.
Tim. I'm a
Knack
little
is
disgusted that you have
I
to
already
ask.
said
We all just agreed that Knack was one. That's why it's not on the list. Because it would be dumb.
Yep.
Everybody's number one would be exactly the same, Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right
It's
next
a
to
dumb-
Skyrim.
I'm a little annoyed that you're this fucking dumb. That you should ask. That you wouldn't even ask.
We need to have the discussion of what is the best Knack game of this generation.
Knack 2, baby.
Baby.
Should be in the Twitch title.
Oh, yes. Knack 2, baby.
I'll put it in the.
Alright,
I'm gonna
so-
upload this to YouTube, so I'll put it in the YouTube link or the YouTube
Games
name.
that define the generation. So I'm gonna throw this out there.
Let's just
How
start
about
listing things, and then we can
we
order it
list-
after.
I'm gonna list my 10, and we can just start listing, and then like checking if we have multiple people doing it.
So are we doing games or games that define the gen first?
Define the gen.
I think games define the gen. So
Okay, Chris,
Real quick to answer chat. Yes, Tim. The Witcher was mentioned. Missile had it
Witcher
as
was.
number 7.
I did as number 7, even though I hate many parts of that game. The good parts just put it on my list.
So games of the gen, I also don't think that we need to rank, but
I would like to
so
rank
the
them
ones
that
that
define
I've-
this generation.
yeah, we just have to narrow it down to 10. I think.
So we're doing defines the gen, not best games of the gen, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, defines the gen. So
Okay.
my list that I've got: PT,
Yeah.
Okay.
Battlefront 2,
Yep. Wait. Let me just start typing these out as you're saying.
Yeah.
P. Dot. T. Dot. Battlefront
Then-
2.
then God of War, or not then, but God of War, Red Dead,
I'll think about God of War because I don't think so.
Bloodborne,
I had that on my list.
Yeah.
I
Final
saw that on
Fantasy
my-
VII Remake.
I don't agree once again, but
Well, we'll get there.
I know I'm just.
Amazon delivery service,
I don't.
Death Stranding.
Yeah.
Death Stranding, Destiny 2,
Yeah.
Okay.
Crackdown 3,
I do for a specific reason. If I had something else that is similar to this.
and then these two go in with each other, which is Mass Effect Andromeda and Anthem.
I don't know if I spelled that right. / Anthem. Okay, the one you forgot was Fortnite.
I also have honorable mentions for Rocket League and Fall Guys.
I have
I mean,
Rocket. I have Rocket League on mine.
I mean, how's Overwatch not on this list already?
Overwatch. So this list, Tim, is like the most like. These were the trends we saw. Like this was like what happened during this generation, and these are the games that exemplify that. Is what we're kind of going for.
I kind of want to put Cuphead on there.
Oh yeah,
Yes, for a specific. I actually put Ori instead of it, but
I think Cuphead was more of
Um,
a like deal though. Like Ori was quieter than Cuphead was.
I'm just thinking about the
Um,
Switch, Xbox.
I'm also
things.
tempted to say Monster Hunter World.
Nah. No.
Like while it's a
Good
so
game.
like it's a good game. It has an incredible DLC and it has a pretty like big following. For a game as a service, I don't think it's the biggest thing, and for a game that's a
So
a game that's a Japanese franchise becoming popular in America, I actually think that Yakuza might. No, I don't know.
So immediately,
Tough
I'm
game.
gonna say God of War needs to be taken off this list.
Whoa!
It's a good game, but it's not like this is like what like The ones I'm thinking of are things that like went. Same thing with Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm thinking of things that like show what went wrong, or like games as a service, or like crossplay being a thing, or like games that just kind of shit themselves and show like.
But it's not just like everything on here is a shit show, but like God of War, I would say, is just there was a zeitgeist of like completely rebuilding franchises and having a serious tone to PlayStation that was not just Naughty Dog.
Okay, yeah,
What
okay.
about
From
No
that
Man's
part,
Sky?
I didn't think about. Oh yeah, No Man's Sky also needs to go on here.
Oh shit!
Cause like that's just like a game can fail and it still can be okay.
Okay, can we make a line of where things are safe?
Yeah, like I'll just start highlighting things that are not.
No.
Okay, PT will be on here. There is
PT,
no arguments.
PT makes it.
Battlefront
I think
2.
if Fortnite makes it, or
I'm tempted to say Witcher 3 should be on this list as well.
oh yeah, I don't know how I didn't have that on my list.
That's the line, by the way. I think Battlefront 2 has to be on here because like the whole.
Yeah.
Why does PT make it? I think it was just such a milestone, Tim. I think there was a moment where everybody was talking about this game.
It's just
for
the
a year.
Hype,
Okay,
the hype, the bullshit of like you can't get it, and like it's like, oh, I have the install file. If you've still got that, like, if you've got a license, I've got an install file, and like
The difference between
that is just crazy.
Tim, I think the difference between this is this was a moment that will be remembered from this generation. I think, not just like the best game, like because like God of War is a good game, but the reason Ryan gave makes more sense to me. Like Red Dead 2, I don't know if I agree with, just because while it's a good game, it won't be like, oh yeah, remember this crazy thing that happened, like, or this is what happened. Like PT is a moment that will be remembered forever because of not only was it like such a wild thing that nobody had ever tried before in terms of like the demo, but also like all of the shit that what's it called?
All of the drama.
Yeah, because like this is like
it's Kojima. Like,
yeah, like I think the drama is the reason.
I don't understand this list either. It's fine.
Yeah, this is more just for fun, Tim.
This is more of just a bullshit.
I'm tempted to say Last of Us 2 just for like the arguments that it brought up.
I mean, I don't think that Last of Us 2 was as much of a moment or a hit as
people. No. It won't be
Last of Us 1.
Okay.
And then on top of that, like the fact that, I think that Uncharted 4 also gave Naughty Dog a hit to where one game a generation didn't come down for them.
I do have one game on here that isn't on the list already, but I'm not 100% sure of the criteria. That game's Undertale.
Oh yeah, we're fucking dumb.
Ooh.
Yeah, that has to be on here.
Ooh, I don't know if it makes it.
Yeah, no, it is the defining indie game, and defining like one person can make a game, and it doesn't matter how much hype or anything around it is like in it. It is what's it called? Oh, I spelled it wrong. Thank you. What's it called? But like the zeitgeist around it, the community around it, the way people still talk about it, Deltarune shit that's going on now, just like how much of a like people will like remember this game for the ages and like for the community around it, for the monument around it, I guess. Again, this is a weird list of things because it's like this is like the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah. I thought it was tempted to put Rainbow Six Siege on there just for.
It's just the interesting and the ugly.
Yeah, I almost put Rainbow Six Siege on there just for like how much of a turnaround that game had.
Yeah. I think
like becoming like an esport there.
That's why I think No Man's Sky encapsulates that kind of trend enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like the No Man's Sky going from like just the hype cycle to like it can be a game that is game can die and revive.
Yeah.
And I think they've
I don't know why
the largest.
Sea of Thieves kind of had that journey, just to not as a big extent.
Yeah. Like I think that No Man's Sky is the best example of that.
I've got one. Star Citizen.
No. A game has to actually be playable for you to.
A game, but that says a lot about Kickstarter. No, that's I think that fits because the Kickstarter, like the whole hell.
But it's
That
not a
is-
game.
I'm counting it. I am counting that. Come on,
If
it
we're
is.
doing that, then
You want to put Mighty Number 9 there as well? No.
I'm just
Number
adding it to the
0.
list right now.
Number 0 on my top 10 Microsoft Flight Simulator. No.
Star Simulator.
Star Citizen.
Oh, Citizen.
Star
Sorry,
Citizen.
you were saying.
I think Star
Okay, so
Citizen
let's-
is the most funded game in history.
Yeah, let's find something that we can all agree on. Do we all agree that Final Fantasy VII Remake is just
No.
like defines this generation? From it was shown
I
off
think the fact that it happened.
it happened, it was shown off so early, and then we heard nothing, and then we saw like all of a sudden gameplay, and it was like it's coming out.
However,
We did all agree on
I-
that, Tim. Like that's already unspoken.
As far as a surprise that it happened, I think Shenmue 3 is bigger.
And I think it
Because
better
Shenmue-
encapsulates old games coming back to light, like old games getting a second chance.
Shenmue 3 lost money.
The
on
thing
one
is, it's
and
such a
two.
but Shenmue is such a niche. Like I feel like in the EZA context, it's
Which is why it's so surprising that it actually...
Yeah, that's the surprising that it was on the Sony stage, that it got so much money, and that it still failed, and that
Let
it was
me
still a
count-
big thing.
Did we actually think that Shenmue 3 was going to be good?
I mean,
let's be real.
7 was big because people had been wanting it for a while, but like this gen has... I'd be happy to put 7 on it because this gen's almost been defined by remakes.
Yeah, there's been a lot of. That's why I think
It's-
Shenmue 3.
It's
The reason I'm saying Shenmue
But-
3 over 7 is because think about how many bad games that have tried to. Bubsy came back, my dude.
no, but think about this.
But
7 was
seven
actually
like the
good.
First,
Oh my God! Watch Underscore Dogs.
Yeah, Watch Dogs should
Yeah.
be on here because of the shit show that
Watch
was.
yeah, yes. But yes, 7 almost kicked off the whole wave of remakes.
Did it?
Yeah, it was.
Shadow of the
announced
Colossus was
before it.
fucking hell. Was it?
It was
because it was the
announced
same. It was the
before.
same E3.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it
No.
was.
Was it?
Shadow Colossus was not the same.
No,
movie.
no, sorry.
Shadow of the Colossus
Final
was.
Final Fantasy 7 and Shenmue 3.
Yeah.
And Last Guardian.
Oh god. Last Guardian,
here's-
I want to put
here's
on
my
there.
I got
Here's
I
my
put
deal
Last
with Final
Guardians.
Fantasy VII over Shenmue, is that we went from this is a cash grab to holy shit it's happening to there's no way that this is gonna be good, and then now
I don't
being
think
like,
anybody ever thought it
there's
wasn't going to be
people-
good, dude.
Oh
there was-
yeah, dude, there were so many people that were like, they're not gonna be able to pull this off. They're gonna screw it up. It's like Square. Like they're gonna Final Fantasy 15 this.
I
they're
don't
gonna
know.
screw it
I
up,
don't
da-da-da-da.
think so. I
And then
think-
we saw the first gameplay and it was like, oh shit. Did we ever think it was gonna be?
Skeptical, yes, but
Goat
people saying
good?
it was going to be, well, saying people were skeptical, yes, but to say people thought it was going to be bad, I think is a little too far. I don't think people ever like, this is going to be bad. They were just like, I don't know if they could pull it off, which is a very different thing. And it-
Yeah, but then also not only that they pulled it off, that like it's people are talking about like one of the best games of the gen possibly ever.
I don't
is-
know. People are not talking about 7 Remake like that.
I've heard
A
some
lot of people are
saying that.
talking about it the way me and Missile talked about it today. Of, yeah, it's good. There are a lot, like there are parts that drag, but there's a lot of good, and like it outweighs the bad. Like I think it's much more like
Mhm.
how me and Missile talked. Not like it's up there with God of War. It's up there with Breath of the Wild. It's up there with Bloodborne.
Well, nothing's up there with God of War, and that's why it should be in this Define the Generation. Because it completely rebuilt. Dude, it's an open world.
I mean, I
God
have
of
it up
War.
there.
It's an open world. Oh, there. I thought it was still on the.
I still
thought it
say
was still
Shenmue
below
3
the
should
line.
go above. Because there's been, it's much more of the trying to reboot something and then it goes bad. Because I feel like we saw multiple of those this this
I'd
time.
rather say positive though.
I mean,
Can we
Duke
put
Nukem
Destiny
should
2
never be
above the
made.
line? Can we put Destiny 2 above the line as the live
Yeah,
service game?
yeah. Oh, that's kind of what Fortnite is.
But it's different though. It's
Yeah.
like the multiplayer.
Oh, wait, so you
looter
agree
shooter.
that these kind of games, because this goes to our conversation early the other day, Ryan, about how Destiny 2
Oh,
is
yeah.
different than Rainbow
Sure.
Six.
Yeah, but they're still all live service games.
I just said
I'm talking the looter shooter.
I'm just putting Destiny, by the way. I think.
Okay.
I had a weird shout, but I don't think it deserves to be on the list, to be honest.
Which is that?
GTA 5 is going on this list.
Oh, fuck. All right, kill Red Dead.
Yeah,
Kill Red Dead. Red Dead. Rip.
Yeah, what wasn't even this gen GTA 5, but it still
Yeah.
makes the list.
And what's the reason? Because it's been the top 10 of MPDs every fucking month. It doesn't die.
Skyrim on there then.
Yeah.
Skyrim's
not only
defined
that,
as
but,
gen
No.
as well.
Fallout
RP
76.
The RP. Nah.
It's the reason that they got bought by Microsoft. It's one of the biggest reasons they got bought by Microsoft, was how much of a financial failure that was.
If you didn't do that, I would say that Anthem is a bigger disappointment than Fallout.
No.
Yeah.
Anthem sucked. It didn't lead to a publisher getting bought.
We don't know that BioWare is still a thing.
No, they're making what's it called? Dragon Age.
Are they though?
Yes, they are. Come on, stop.
Are they though?
Unless you
No,
have
they're-
some juice that you just found out.
They're not making a
The last this
Dragon Age game. They're making Madden RPG.
Tim.
Actually, no, they're making they're helping with FIFA Ultimate Team.
The reason they got Bethesda, like one of the biggest reasons Bethesda got bought was not only the dump trucks of money that people like lined up, but that like multiple games now have underperformed and undersold from Bethesda. Like 76 bombed. That Wolfenstein co-op game was bad. I think it bombed. Prey undersold. Doom Eternal undersold. Dishonored undersold. Like all their games just kept underselling. I think this just shows like it's like the
Now, here's
most
the problem.
obvious one of Bethesda.
Here's the problem. We are at 10. And I think
Take God of War out, put Bloodborne.
No.
Hard games. We need a Souls game in here.
We need a Souls game. The thing is,
I'll put Nier Automata in there because it's a Yoko Taro game that's actually has good combat.
it's a platinum game.
Yeah.
I can't see.
Bloodborne needs to be there, but we can cheat and we can say that BT's not a game.
No, we're taking off. God of War needs to be taken off.
No, it doesn't.
It's the worst. It's there because it's good.
76 needs to get taken.
I don't think God of War really defines anything this gen.
Yeah, it doesn't. Like Fallout 76 defines how many games also crashed and burned, along with what's it called? Bethesda being bought because they kept putting out games that underperformed. Like Fallout 76 encapsulates like the Anthem fucking thing of people expecting good things from a studio they liked and then it shitting itself.
Okay, here. I've got a different cheat. Just like the MPDs, we put 10 things and then say, wait, why the fuck is GTA here? It's like 15 years old.
I'm taking God of War off. It's
No.
not. It's not. Like
We'll
all
say-
it is it's good. All it is here is because it's not good. It's because it's good. We take that off and we put on. Fallout. Wait. Why did you? what
Wait,
hap-
I have
GTA 5 is not technically PS4, so that should not count as part of top
see.
10.
I have a game that we probably can't judge until a few years down the line, unfortunately.
What is that?
Half-Life Alyx.
Ooh, we kind of need that.
Half-Life Alyx redefined what you can do in VR.
Real quick, Tim, because he's saying in chat that he doesn't believe that Bethesda being bought was not related to their underperforming sales of their games. I disagree. I don't think Bethesda would be bought, especially for the price that they got them
Bethesda
for.
was losing money. I know that much.
Because they kept. It's not just Fallout 76. It's also Dishonored 2 undersold, Prey undersold. That Wolfenstein game bombed. Like the last like
Yeah,
2
and
years,
then
they've
the-
been
and then
losing money.
14 has been drying up, or not 14. ESO has been drying up.
Yeah, and then even this year, Eternal sold well, but it didn't sell well enough. Like this is all of Bethesda encapsulated in one thing. Except they did expect to sell a major. Like Bethesda expected to sell. Eternal sold the best for Doom. They expected it to sell Fallout or Elder Scrolls numbers.
Yeah, that's stupid. But I always have Square saying Final Fantasy VII Remake didn't meet their sales expectations, and I'm like, you sold it on one platform.
Timothy.
But also, didn't it sell like 15 million?
It sold like 6 million.
Yeah, it still sold ridiculously well. And they're like, it didn't sell as much as we wanted.
It didn't sell as much as 15, but 15 came out on Xbox and PC as well.
Yeah, but also 15 is a new game versus a remake.
Yeah. I would put Mario 3D All Stars on this just for how shit a port it was.
Yes.
And it just demonstrates how much Nintendo can get fucking away with.
It wasn't even a port. It just happens to run on Switch. They're lucky.
Yeah. Demonstrates how much they can get away with.
No. So define the generation is saying
This whole a joke.
What things defined the types of games and the experiences and the like media and hype around this generation. So like I don't think that any of us would want to put Fortnite on our best games of the gen, but it's probably the number one thing of PS4 and Xbox. Or maybe I'm about to get upset when we start talking about top games of the generation. Riley, did you mute your
1 second. No, I'm just reading something real quick.
Oh.
You know how we've got GTA 5 in here and it was a game from last gen?
I know.
I have another game from last gen that actually did define this generation. And that game's Far Cry 3.
Nah.
Because every single open world game almost this gen has copied Far Cry 3.
But we kind of get that with Watch_Dogs.
Yeah. And Watch Dogs also, what's it called? Encapsulates the whole games looking good, like looking better than they actually came out. That was a trend at the start of the generation.
Yeah, but Far Cry 3 is a completely different trend. It's just like every game just essentially copied what that game did, as far as open worlds go. Like Far Cry 3 was the game that started the generic Ubisoft open world game.
No.
That we got like 100 of this gen.
As an assassin, as a very experienced Assassin's Creed player, I can say no. And that was already started far into the last gen.
So what I'm remembering it from, Tim, by the way, is I was looking into it. Jeff Grubb put a tweet out saying that Bethesda, like that he had seen Bethesda said that they were all those games underperformed, and then Polygon had a big giant article about it.
The next gen is going to be defined by bug stacks.
Ugh.
Yes.
Anyways, I think the list is
That's the top 10.
fine. Yeah. I think Battlefront 2 also shows like the whole microtransactions getting like to the height. We didn't talk about that really at all. Neither did we talk about Fortnite or PT, just because it was easy.
I actually don't know why is Crackdown 3 on this list.
Games that shit themselves.
Well, it did make the list.
Games that shit themselves. I just wanted that.
Yeah.
Scalebound?
Oh,
That one's cool. That one's interesting because it's just like a game. I feel like that goes along with PT of a game that everybody was like, "Oh, yeah, cool, it's coming," and then gone.
Fable Legends, a game that was basically.
Oh my
complete.
god, that was wild. it's just wild also thinking about how many games that like just like were so close to. It seemed like they should have come out, and then they just. I don't know what happened to it.
Like, as far as I'm aware, Fable Legends was a complete game.
The demo was complete. I think they only had like the one map or whatever. Games have been shitting themselves since forever. Why is that defining? Again, because you want. It's not just this generation. It's the defining things that happened this generation. One of those defining things was a lot of games shit themselves. Like a lot of high-profile games shit themselves.
Crucible.
God, that was a fucking nightmare. And again, it's 76 is not just there for it shitting himself. It's also because Bethesda got bought because, like, in part because of that, which Tim will disagree with. I already hear. Like, no,
as far
like
as well-known games that failed, I
the-
think Battleborn's probably up there as well.
the last time we saw a studio a studio this big get bought was the closest thing I can think of is like Square and Enix merging, right?
I don't know. Let me think. How many different things that
It wasn't
Bethesda's like the
16.
biggest
Wasn't it
video
16 studios that Microsoft got from the acquisition?
Yeah, I guess it's pretty big.
Like Nintendo and Sony have bought many things before. Other companies like publishers have bought studios before, but never like this level of holy shit.
Actually, the thing that we should really do is instead of Fortnite, put what's
Paragon?
Yeah, put Paragon.
Anyways, I think we're done with this dumb list.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a very not well-defined list.
Yeah. I think it was just mostly fun just to also talk about like the crazy shit that's happened this generation.
Yeah, Undertale definitely deserves to be talked about.
Oh yeah. Well, I think
Like
again,
how big that game became with so many people.
best games of the generation.
Okay, this is going to be a fun one.
So I'm curious, what do you guys have as your number one? Let's start with that.
Bloodborne.
Number one's God of War.
Bloodborne.
I don't think there's really a question there.
It's God of War.
It's Bloodborne.
I think it's Bloodborne.
I think it's
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Only if number 2 is God of War.
I don't think number
It's
2 is God
Bloodborne.
of War.
I think number 2 is Last of Us 2.
No, I think number 2 is Witcher 3.
So you think 2016?
Witcher's definitely
Real
on
quick
there.
then, you're saying 2016 was had the 2 best games of the generation.
Yeah, simply because,
Ooh.
like, look at how excited people are for Cyberpunk.
Yes, but I think God of War has more of an answer. Real quick,
Okay, we can put Bloodborne number 1.
I think God of War though does. I have not played it, but from everything I have heard,
I'm happy to put God of War second.
I think Witcher
I'd
3
be
though
fine with
could be
that.
3.
Witcher 3 and Tilo are both on my
Let me make
top 10.
I didn't make a top 10 because I didn't have time. Since we were just
Unbelievable.
swapping.
I didn't make a
don't-
top 10.
you don't
That
know
was
me.
fine. I think Red Dead 2 makes the list probably.
It's on my 10 things that I would say.
So, what do you think number 3 is then? Do you think it is Witcher 3?
It's
'Cause-
between Witcher 3 or Tilo 2.
Because I had I had Last of Us 2 as my number 2.
I had Last of Us 2 as my number 2 as well.
I can see the argument though for The Witcher 3. But the best, I think there are so many issues with that combat, and especially at the start of that game, like the bugs too. I would much more be inclined to put The Last of Us 2 just for the sheer amount of polish in that game.
Oh yeah, like,
Yep.
we're not pretending that ours is like a definitive list. Like,
Yes, it is. Yes, it's
this is free plebs of knowing you played every single game.
Yeah, like I've not played God of War is the issue. Like some of these games we just haven't played.
so bad.
The Last of Us 2. Okay, number 4.
I think we need to put Witcher number 4.
Yeah, I can accept it because I didn't have it on my list, but I just kind of forgot it.
Yeah.
Which the next one though I will. It's Debatable After Missile. It, it is. It, is.
Persona.
I think
Persona. Persona Royale after Witcher?
I had Persona 5.
I have Persona 5 at number 7 for me.
Persona 5 was number 3 for me.
Damn.
I think it was the
Missed
best RPG this series.
Yeah.
Like it's hard to
Royale.
argue we can put Royale, sure. I don't think it makes a difference.
I definitely put Royal. I want Nier on this list somewhere.
I have not played it. Yeah, without Nintendo, this list gets really weird because I have an argument.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so my
We've
number
been over
4.
this. Nintendo sucks.
I know Breath of the Wild would be on this list. Like,
Yeah, Breath of the Wild would be number 1.
Nintendo.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
No, it wouldn't. So badly wouldn't.
This just turns into PlayStation plus third parties without Nintendo.
Yeah.
Yes, and?
Celeste is number 6. I had Celeste as my number 4.
Celeste was my number 11.
Missile has not played it. I'll let it slide for a bit. My number 5 though was A Link Between Worlds. 3D. I said a 3DS game was coming back, baby.
Nope.
No.
It goes. It is the second best Zelda of all time.
No, not happening.
Oh my fucking god.
I had RDR2 as my number 3.
I did not play enough, but I could see it.
I think Red Dead has to be on this list.
I think it could be number 6.
All right.
Yeah.
So what's left for me
I kind of want to put Divinity Original Sin 2 on this list.
It deserves number 7.
Interesting.
I have a lot of issues with that game, but it is phenomenal.
I've never played it, but I think it absolutely deserves to be on this list.
Should
remake be on the list?
No.
No.
It's not.
Interesting.
It's not good enough. There are too many shitty parts of that game. When it's not even in contention, when I would argue it's not even contention for Game of the Year this year, it's not on this list of top 10 games. I think there are multiple other games this year alone that came out and that are still coming out that are better than Final Fantasy VII.
I mean, TLO 2 is still my Game of the Year so far. So what I've got left in my top 10 that I had listed were Spidey, Stardew, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and...
We're not putting Assassin's Creed on here, I'm telling you right fucking now.
Dude,
no
Odyssey
Assassin's Creed.
Odyssey is top, though. It's so good.
You want me to pull up that Metacritic score again?
Hey. It's an 86.
Tim, these are two separate arguments. You cannot use either of them you cannot use that argument right now. Has anyone mentioned... See, none of us have played Half-Life Alyx, but I feel like it should probably be in here somewhere.
No, it should have.
I think probably it could go at number 5.
I don't know. I feel...
All credibility gone.
I feel Half-Life Alyx is tough given that none of us have played it, and also it's like, what? Given the specs that you need for the computer right now, it's like, is it this gen? Is it? I don't know.
I'd count it. See, this is why I hated not putting the Switch on here, everything from the Switch. Because this becomes
There's
really...
There's no good games on Switch, except for Hades.
I'm about to break my PC. Because there are so many games from the Switch that would make this list of top 10. There are two immediately that both Breath of the Wild and Mario Odyssey would be probably number 1 and number 2. Okay, number 1 would be number 1 and number 5. Because
seriously, if Half-Life Alyx was included, I would put Microsoft Flight Sim.
No.
But both of those take so much fucking power and is so niche that I would not.
Haven't played Half-Life Alyx? I bet you play music from your phone speakers in public.
I don't go in public, Chumbly, so...
I bet you never clean the bottom of your garage cans and they're all sticky from years of garbage juice.
Yep.
Ugh.
Alright, we need number 8.
I say it should be Celeste. I think Celeste is that good.
I think it it is too. Yeah, I think it is. You know what?
I
would
can't
put it
comment
over
on Celeste.
Divinity, but
I would put it below Divinity. Divinity is insane with how much how much there is there and how good it is. If you need confirmation, go watch all of Tim's like 100-hour Twitch stream, like multiple Twitch streams he did where he played through Divinity, and you'll be convinced it's in the top 10. It is a wild ride.
I absolutely still want Nier on
the
this
ultimate
list.
problem with Celeste is it doesn't have 3D models and textures. As
I'm
someone who
fine with
loves
putting
3D
Nier somewhere on
worlds-
this list.
Yeah,
3D.
I'm not. I don't think Horizon makes his list,
No, I don't either.
but
It was the
if we did an
worst
Nier,
ending
it would be
possible.
Spidey.
I don't think Spider-Man makes his list.
I don't think
either.
Spider-Man makes the list.
I would put it over Horizon making the list.
I wouldn't put
I think
Horizon on here either.
If it was like number 10 and you were like Spidey's on the list, I'm gonna be like, hell no.
Well, I think number 9 and number 10.
Alright.
I think number 9 and number 10 are some combination of Half-Life Alyx and Nier Automata probably.
What about Resident Evil 2?
Ooh. So real quick, I think Half-Life Alyx is in the upper half. I think it is probably number 5.
Yeah, I just don't think that there's.
This
a
is
point
the
of
best.
putting it on the list.
Yeah, I guess if we're doing
None
the
of us have
best
played it.
games from all
None
of
of
us
us have played it, and we're arguing that, and I'm making the argument that it's so niche on hardware that most people don't have that it's not current gen.
If we're gonna do the best of what we played, then did any of us finish Red Dead?
I did.
Okay, because I didn't finish Red Dead. I got like chapter 2 or 3, and I petered out.
I played it, but I think it 100% deserves on the list.
Again, but that okay. If one of us has to at least play it now is the rule. I also don't know if
What?
I would be willing to move that down and take it off possibly for these other games we talked about. Red Dead.
No,
I played Persona 5, by the way.
it needs. Wait, you have?
You have?
No, Red Dead.
Yeah,
Red
it's
Dead
up
needs
to
to
five.
be.
Okay, so number
Yeah.
9. Do we agree it had to be? I think Resident Evil 2 is probably number 9.
I'm
Well-
good with that.
Maybe.
Does
Because
I'm good with
Overwatch
that.
make this list?
I think it does. I think it would be a number 10.
Trumbly, that's because Factorio is the last game you ever need.
I think Overwatch would be a
For
great
reference,
number
he
10.
Said, wow, Factorio has a higher Metacritic than Hades.
I know I saw what he said. I was choosing not to acknowledge it because he's wrong. I haven't tried Factorio, but I know it probably would crack.
It's Factorio.
I think wait, Overwatch 2. No, Overwatch.
Overwatch 2 isn't real. We don't even know if it's a game.
Overwatch I think
6 star
deserves
system.
to be number 10. I think it's one of the. Let me look at.
I don't care about Metacritic scores.
I don't care about Mecca either.
Well, I'm curious. No, this is good just so we can see if we're forgetting anything. What generation are we?
8?
8th generation, yeah.
8th generation.
I currently have 947 hours in Factorio.
I need Nier on this list.
I just don't see where it...
Let me just look up 8th generation of games Wikipedia. Cause there are times where we just forget shit, because it's older.
You can just look up PS4 best Metacritic games because we know that Xbox doesn't have any exclusive that rated high other than Ori and Cuphead.
Yeah. Is there like a list of just the best?
Undertale got 94.
I am. Oh yeah. Wait, fuck. We forgot Undertale. That has to be on here. I hate the game, but I don't know. Is there a way to look at just like the? I mean, you go to Metacritic.
Oof,
Look at
Forza
that.
Horizon 4 got a 92.
Yeah, it's a racing game though.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I don't think Disco Elysium makes it.
I don't think Disco
I
Elysium.
don't think so either.
I like Disco Elysium. I liked it all. I think the ending shits itself, and I get the
MGS5.
reasoning behind it, but it shits itself.
MGS5 got 92.
Hey, guess what has the number 2 Metacritic score of all PS4 games?
I don't know.
It's always on the MPDs.
GTA 5.
GTA 5.
I know, I'm looking
and
at-
then Persona Royale, and then Last of Us Remastered, then God of War.
See, I wouldn't put FF14 on this list. It's
I wouldn't
too
either.
awkward.
This is why I don't like this list nearly as much as our personal lists, because it really becomes like, how do you define the best game?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, because how do you compare something like Ori to something like
To any
Last
of
of
these
Us?
games.
Yeah.
I'm fine with
Outer
just leaving.
Wilds did make my personal list.
I don't know if I put Dreams in the top 10 games of the generation, Tim.
I wouldn't either.
Dreams is a funny one.
Yeah.
I would not. I don't know how to define.
Technically,
Dreams.
God of War is rated higher than The Last of Us, by the way, I'm pretty sure. I mean, than Bloodborne. So actually, it's tied with Celeste for the highest rated game on this list. God of War and Celeste are tied for the highest rate on Metacritic, but you guys don't care.
I still think that I would put Celeste higher.
I probably would too. Well, I don't want Red Dead 2 on this list. I would take Red Dead off.
Red Dead's not coming off.
I know you won't allow it, that's why I'm not doing it, but I think it should go. I think Celeste should go above Red Dead. They should go at number 6.
I'm okay with that.
Missile, you fine with it? I'm
Does
guessing?
Resident Evil 2 really deserve top 10?
Yes.
I don't think Resident Evil 2 does, honestly. I think we can
It's
take
so
it
good.
off.
I think it's so good.
I think.
I think we can take it off.
Well, let me just Control C.
It's
I don't think it's a top 10.
I think it is.
I think it's not. At the end of the day, I think there are better games. Half-Life Alyx is one of those games. I think Ori would go on. Now,
No.
But I'm fighting for Nier.
I think Nier should be on here over that game, at least, over Resident Evil 2.
Hey, for number 8, or for number 9, can we put Blood and Wine? Missile, how do you feel about that?
I mean, and it's just a value for money list. Blood and Wine would be number 1.
Wow. Wow.
Maybe 2. You gotta get better than Ghost of Tsushima Legends, but yeah.
I don't know. There's No Man's Sky.
The ending does suck a lot, by the way, Chumbly, from what I've been told, for what the ending is of Metal Gear Solid 5. But that's just because it didn't get finished. I don't want Uncharted 4 on here.
I would put Lost
I
Legacy.
know it's incredibly recent, but where would Hades stack up?
I would have put it above any of these 10.
I wouldn't put it above any of these 10. It would be in the top 20.
Nah. Yeah,
Maybe,
probably
yeah,
top 20.
top 20. I would say.
Yeah, these are some of the, again,
I mean, it's a very good list.
It's a good list.
I mean, yeah, like, I think taking off Resident Evil 2 is fine.
I've not played 4 of these games.
I have not played 1. Well, okay, what do you define, like, are we talking about beaten or played?
Played at all.
Played? Just God of War.
Oh, wait. Okay.
God of War and
I
Witcher
have
are the
not-
only ones I've not played.
I have not played 3 of them.
Persona, Nier, or Divinity.
I have not played Celeste, Divinity, or Red Dead.
So I'm the only one who played Divinity. I played through all of Divinity. I loved every single moment of that game. It was so good. Just like, I co-opted it with Austin Taylor.
Yep.
And the amount of, like, just jokes we have still from that is so much fun. Like, there's a moment he was playing this as one
Wasn't
character.
even in your honorable mentions.
Yeah, I forgot. I blanked on me. I honestly probably would go in my top 10. Like, thinking now, it might go in there somewhere, but I don't want to go back and redo that.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's $23 right now.
I had so much fun because going through it with Austin was just, like, hilarious. And they do co-op really, really well in that game. Like, you have your own money, you have your own inventory, you have your own everything. Like, you have your own quests and shit. No, Chumbly. But yeah, it's so. And then there's a moment that, like, will forever. Austin, the whole game, basically, he wouldn't eat people for their source points or eat their bodies or whatever. And then in the last moments of those games, like the last 2 or 3 sessions we had, we were having trouble with this one boss, and the way to defeat this, to make the boss easier, is you kill 1 million souls.
What?
And I said, no, that is evil. We're not doing that. And Austin was like, fuck it. We're going to do that. And I was like, you hypocrites. You spent this whole game criticizing me for eating bodies for Source. Yet when we get into a little trouble, you decide that it's fine to destroy 1 million souls.
Yep.
Salt.
Okay, now worst games of the generation.
Oh, if we want, we could do that real quick. Some the biggest. You want to do biggest flops?
No, it has to be worst games of the generation.
Worst
I
games?
don't have to do biggest flops because the worst games you get into some really indie games that are awful.
I'm just gonna go with this is more of a fun list that we're not taking seriously. So number 1,
Breath of the Wild.
Crackdown, right? I'm talking AAA only, probably. Big AAA games like Crackdown 3. Anthem. Fallout 76. Yeah, Fallout 76 probably. I'm just listing shit, Tim.
Mighty Number 9.
Oh yeah. Fucking hell.
Sorry, I was having a conversation.
Mighty Number 9.
Okay. Do you put Duke Nukem on here?
That was PS3.
Was it?
Yeah,
Was it?
that was PS3, guys.
People
Duke
still
Nukem
freaking
Forever
talking
was
about that game.
PS3.
Duke Nukem Forever was PS3.
There's a game.
Damn.
It was not even. It wasn't even on PS4, guys.
I was not aware of that.
Mighty Number 9, Crackdown, Battleborn, Oh,
I mean, I'd say Battleborn didn't even deserve it, really. It just came out
There's
next
a
to
game called
Overwatch.
Beast Simulator,
I've seen that a lot, but that
and it's 4-player.
nah. I'm trying to
What
think.
is this?
Again, if we had Nintendo games right now, I could list 7 that deserve to be on this list.
I know, Breath of the Wild.
Animal Crossing, the board game one.
Oh God.
The
I forgot that existed.
Mario Tennis Ultra Smash. Star Fox Zero / Guard. Chibi Robo Ziplash. I can keep going.
I mean, does Umbrella Corps count?
Oh God, yes it does.
Wait. What about the MGS multiplayer thing?
Oh, that wasn't that bad. Okay, it was bad.
Was
Oh,
Umbrella worse?
there's a game from this year that I just remembered.
Oh no. Oh God. Yep.
What
I
game?
remember it now.
Oh, is it the Amazon one? The Amazon one.
No.
I wasn't
that's not
thinking of
what
Crucible, but Crucible, yeah, should be on this list.
Crucible.
It's a Codemasters game.
But
Wait, which one was that?
Missile.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dirt.
Do you remember growing up and playing the Street Fighters and the Tekken?
Yes, I remember playing the Tekken.
What are you guys talking about?
Ben and I are very big fans of video games.
What the fuck are you talking? Is this some video I missed?
I played Tekken when I was very drunk.
What
on stage.
video was this? I missed.
Do you know
Wait.
the gamers are people?
What are you guys talking about?
Game Awards last year.
Oh, fucking Fast and the Furious
Crossroads.
Craw.
I love how quickly Ryan got it when I just remembered the game from this year.
Okay, these are also not in order right now. We're just throwing them.
Yeah.
What else? Other big profile games flopped, or just so shitty?
Dude,
I'm
you
very
are
tempted to
so
say
drunk
Wolfenstein
on
the New
stage. I
Colossus.
don't remember this.
The new Colossus? That was good. Are you thinking of the co-op one?
Oh, Youngblood, sorry.
Yeah.
Andromeda?
Youngblood was bad, but it wasn't that bad.
Hey.
I put Andromeda on there, don't we? No, did I? I heard it was fine. I think Chumbly likes it.
Whoa, someone gave Farming Simulator 15 a 54? Who are these
No.
monsters?
Okay, we'll put Andromeda on. What else? I think we're, cause like I'm thinking of like other like either high profile Kickstarter games. Avengers.
Oh.
I don't think it's as bad as any of these.
The campaign in Avengers is still good. It's just once you actually try to play the game the way the game's supposed to be played, that it sucks.
Yeah, I wouldn't put Avengers on it. It's average, but it's not like.
Cause I would like that's like I think Halo 5 sucks, from everything I've heard.
Far from the worst.
So I'll take Andromeda off then if you think it's far from the worst. We need like a 10.
What if we put what's the Xbox game that never came out?
Scalebound. We can put Scalebound slash you mentioned it earlier, Missile. Fantasy. 4 versus 1. Fable Legends.
Fable Legends.
Legends?
Contra the Rogue Corps again. It's not big enough. Like a big enough thing that happened.
I just remember.
They made a Narcos game? Wow, this looks real bad.
What other big games sucked?
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5.
Oh yes.
Oh, shit.
No, that was last gen, Chumley.
Contra should absolutely be on this list.
Do you guys really think it's big enough? I guess.
No.
I thought cause
Oh god, Sonic Boom. Holy fuck.
that's not. But we're not counting Nintendo, bitch. No. The Quiet Man, yes. Seeing, because Austin played through all of it twice, by the way.
Wasn't the Quiet Man
yeah,
the one that they
sorry,
also had to delay because the guy was on drugs?
Yes. No, that was Yakuza. That was Judgment.
Was that Yakuza?
That was Judgment.
Or Judgment. That was Judgment. You're right.
WWE 2K20.
Yeah. Because like, I was thinking about what sports game. We already have Anthem. That's at number 2 right now. We'll fix these in a minute.
And
The
NBA...
worst. What was the worst platinum game this gen?
Transformers, Korra,
Transformers, I would say.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
No,
Yeah,
Transformers.
do any of them make the list?
They were all bad, but they weren't.
TMNT and Korra people were like, I mean, it's not great, but it's not terrible.
I don't think anybody...
Transformers was like...
Was it that bad?
Nah, I don't even think Transformers was
Yeah,
that
like
bad.
all of them like were bad, but they weren't like Quiet Man or Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5.
Oh yeah, put the Quiet Man on there.
We already have it. We have it.
Oh, Tony
Okay.
Hawk Pro Skater 5. It's so bad.
Do any of you remember The Culling 2?
No.
Nope.
It was the Battle Royale game that was basically broken.
Shout out to Cliffy B. Shout out to Cliffy B.
Oh, shit. What was that game?
Radical Heights / Lawbreakers. They share a spot.
Yep.
Oh,
Can we say
Homefront
Fortnite
the
because
Revolution.
Austin's
Oh,
out?
Homefront the Revolution.
Oh, I have that game. That's the first
Okay,
one I have.
you might disagree with me on this one. Deadly Premonition 2.
I have no opinion.
I think people expected that to be bad, and it's like a niche thing, and some people like it because of how it is.
That game is fucking broken.
Yeah, but people want that from it. That's the thing.
Wait, it's also Switch.
It's also Switch only. We're not allowed to put Switch because of dumb restrictions.
Wait, isn't that
Oh,
the
is it?
one where
Okay.
they had to rewrite an entire quest?
No, that's the one where they had the trans character, where the guy thought he was being like trans positive, and then he was pissed when people said, "Hey, you're being dumb."
Yeah. That's Deadly Premonition, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. And then he changed it, and then there was something wrong.
that was a remaster of a PS3/360 game, Chumbly.
Yeah. There was a Ghost.
The Walking Dead one. What was The Walking Dead? We're not. Oh, hey. Welcome to stream, Noah. We're not counting Switch. Switch/Nintendo stuff. We're gonna do a separate list in a second, which includes. We're gonna do a separate best of the generation with Nintendo slotted in a second, because I'm fucking pissed now. Yes, we are. What was the Walking Dead one that was awful?
Also, I get to put. Yeah, but Wii U doesn't count because Nintendo doesn't remember what the Wii U was.
For some reason, we're not counting Wii U, which is dumb.
And if you just remember Life of Black Tiger.
Noah, you are correct. Me and Missile both immediately said Bloodborne is number 1.
I have never played Bloodborne, and I have the first like 10 hours, but I said that was number 1. But yeah, do you remember Life of Black Tiger, really? Black Tiger.
No.
No,
I got
but
a trailer on the
Sony
Sony YouTube
making
channel.
Fun of it.
Tim, it should not be in the worst list. How dare you?
No, but Breath of the Wild should be.
Ugh. I think this is all of like the worst games of this generation, though, that were like big shit shows. Even Homefront: The Revolution, I'm a little like, I don't know if it's that big of a shit show. Same thing with Fast and Furious Crossroads, because everybody expected it to be bad. All these other ones were just like they.
Like, it's like Ukulele was average, but
yeah.
Can we just put Fortnite as number 1 of this list?
Get out. People like that. But yeah, I think
it's not what people like. It's still a bad game with terrible people in it.
I think these 14 we have are the correct. I think the top. Now it's just slotting them in correctly.
I mean, if you want to go for flops, I'm potentially Drawn to Death.
Oh god, that was bad too, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was not
I
great.
forgot about that.
Great, guys. I would say Tony Hawk is number 1.
Really? I would say 76 or Mighty Number 9 or Umbrella Corps.
I'll give you Mighty Number 9.
Because you gotta think about how gigantically bad it was, along with how much expectations there were. Like, it was the biggest shitstorm. I'm just moving this here since we need a spot for it.
Yep.
I think number 2, though, could be
And
Quiet Man. Think about the Quiet Man, dude. Think about how bad it was it played, and then how just offensive it was.
So bad.
I think that could slot number 2 or 3.
I'll give it number 3 if Anthem stays number 2.
Was Anthem?
What?
I feel like Anthem people said like there was good bones there.
I mean, there's good bones in a dead person too.
Oh, I've got a game that I kind of want to add to the list.
What is
What
it?
is that?
Bubsy.
Bubsy does not deserve to be on this list. Don't do on it. Bubsy sucks, but he ain't the worst games of the generation. Come on.
Yeah, if we're gonna do that, at least put Ukulele.
Ukulele sucked, but it was.
Yeah, it's more average. I want to put WWE 2K20 quite high on this list.
Okay, we have number 1. We all agreed on number 1, correct?
Yeah, I don't think Battleborn deserves to be on this list.
You don't?
I think it does.
No.
That game played bad.
No, I think the game was decent. It just came out next to Overwatch, and Overwatch just killed it.
Yeah, but also 2K doesn't keep any games alive that's not a
$1 billion.
Rockstar game.
I mean, like, it's no different from like all the other Overwatch clones that failed.
Well, we have some of those on here too, Missile. We have Lawbreakers and Radical Heights as one.
Just like, would you put that Ninja Fury game on here as well?
Was that bad? I feel like also that didn't have a.
I thought it was bad. It just died.
I think it was not. Yeah, I think.
I don't think it ever.
Please again.
To die, you have to have people know what you are.
Oh. Okay. I think we should go with next. I think next should either be somewhere Fallout 76, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 5, and The Quiet Man should be like a combination of those 3 should be the next.
I'm good with that order too.
I think The Quiet Man. Wait, so you think it should be 76,
Yeah.
then Pro Skater, then Quiet Man? I'm fine with that because 76 was a again, Tim will disagree, but it was like one of the reasons that hunt down the Freeman.
Hunt. Oh my God, the hunt. Yeah.
Hunt down the. I heard about that, but I never saw any. Hunt down the Freeman. That's what. That's a spin lot. Yeah, I heard about that. That came out in 2018 though.
Actually,
Oh yeah, wait, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I think that's fine. Umbrella Corps should be 5. Umbrella Corps should be 5. Holy fuck, that was bad. This list is so much more fun, by the way, than the best.
To be honest, I'd actually put Umbrella Corps above the Quiet Man.
Ooh. You gotta remember though, the Quiet Man had the whole game you play without sound. Or it's not without sound, it's with muffled sound, and there's no subtitles. And then shut the fuck up, Chumbly.
Yeah, but the Quiet Man was at least a tiny bit interesting in what he was trying to do.
No. And then you play it a second time with
bad.
But hey, can you scroll up a few seconds so I can see the best? Sure.
Also, you misspelled Core. It's CORPS.
Oh, it's Core. I thought it was Core. Did Shaq come out that was last generation.
No, that was this generation.
Oh
no.
So here's the best list, Noah. Number 1 is Bloodborne.
It's not as bad as Mighty Number 9 though.
Number 2 is God of War. Number 3 is Last of Us 2. Number 4 is Witcher 3. Number 5 is Persona 5 Royale. Number 6 is Celeste. Number 7 is Divinity Original Sin 2. Number 8 is Red Dead 2. Number 9 is Nier Automata. Number 10 is Overwatch. On the games that defined this generation, there's a line like right here. These are the ones that we actually said. PT, Fortnite. I hate you. I see you added that, Ryan.
What did
I Save the World. Battlefront 2, Bloodborne, Undertale, No Man's Sky, Watch Dogs, Destiny, GTA 5, Fallout 76. On Ryan's favorite games of the generation, we had God of War is number 1. Number 2 is Until Dawn. Number 3 is Spider-Man. Number 4 is Horizon Zero Dawn. Number 5 is Rime. Number 6 is Celeste. Number 7 is Stardew Valley. Number 8 is Jedi Fallen Order. Number 9, Outer Wilds. Number 10 is Sea of Thieves. And then here's the list of honorable mentions. You can read it real quick if you'd like. Then we have my favorite games, which is number 1 is Overwatch, number 2 is Tetris Effect, number 3 is Bloodborne, number 4 is Bravely Default, number 5 is Transistor, number 6 is Florence, number 7 is Final Fantasy XIV, which I will be starting to play again tonight, number 8 is Kingdom Hearts 3, number 9 is Talos Principle, number 10 is Slay the Spire. Then you can read my honorable mentions right here if you would like. Then for missiles favorites, we had Persona 5 Royale, Nier Automata, Horizon Zero Dawn, Spider-Man, Uncharted: The Lost Legacy, Final Fantasy XIV, expansions in parentheses, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Overwatch, and The Last of Us 2 Part 2. And then you can read the honorable mentions. You're all dumb. All the people in my chat are dumb. Anyways, back to the worst.
They're right, Riley. Did you see what games define the generation, by the way?
I did.
No, you didn't.
PUBG, but for kids under 12.
No, greater than 12.
12. Wait, what?
Because PUBG is for people that are less than 12.
Oh. Okay. Anyways, what do we have as number 6 on our worst?
I still think Fortnite.
Come on. I would say probably Fast and Furious at this point.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Actually, no. Fuck it. Crucible goes number 3.
What was Crucible?
That was the Amazon game that was so bad. It was like a PvE/PvP multiplayer shooter thing. It was so bad. After it released, it went into closed beta, and then they just canceled it.
Off, right?
Yeah, they just canceled. That has to be number 3.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Like Destiny, but not good. Destiny is good.
Thanks, Google. Just reminded me that SimCity initially in 2013 required that you had to.
Oh god, that should go on here.
Wait, what is this?
Remember the SimCity that was always online?
Oh.
That could be a good number 7. That could be number 7.
It's a good game.
But think about that how shitty that was. That whole shit show that thing was.
Well, I would say that we need to put that back up in things to find the generation. Always online games.
I mean, obviously, like, if we're going from broken games, Alien Colonial Marines.
That was last gen.
Was that just last gen? Yeah.
Yeah, Chumbley asked in the chat earlier.
Okay.
Yeah. After I think what's it called next? Fast and Furious.
Yep. No one expected it to be good, but it was so bad that it still needs to deserve this list.
That's why, like, it doesn't deserve to be any of these others, even though it might be worse than some of those other games. Because we expected it to be bad, but not holy shit.
Not, oh my god, why is this a phone game that you play on PS4?
I would argue Crackdown 3 next.
Yeah.
How long it took for that game to come out, along with how
being good.
Shitty, but not just not good, Ryan. It was bad. Because nobody expected it, I think, to be amazing, you know?
I would put...
I would argue...
Oh god, 2K20.
Yeah, because it's just how busted... Like, the GIFs you got from it.
I
think...
Am I still a mod in your chat? Because... I'm not. Chumbly needs a timeout for 10 minutes.
Well, do you guys not have phones? Oh, we have to put Diablo Immortal on here. Oh, did that ever come out?
It's not out yet, though.
Wait, it goes on here. It goes on here.
God. Oh, man.
It goes below Crackdown 3, I think.
I put it in the chat because I didn't think it would go on the list.
No, fuck it. It goes on here. Holy shit. Because that's... Okay, that also goes up here. We're making extra slots, damn it.
Most ill-advised statements of the generation.
Oh my god. That's some top 10 moments before, what's it called? It's top 10 moments right before, like, disaster.
It's right up there with, we have a product for people who don't have an internet connection. It's called the Xbox 360.
Oh my god. You want to talk about, like, you just lost your job. You know?
Yeah.
Holy hell.
Jeez.
I like 2016. It is not the top 10 games of this generation, I would argue. If we were going to put a shooter in there, I would put Titanfall 2 over Doom 2016. And I don't like Alien Isolation because it's scary. And I don't know if Ryan or Missile think it's top 10.
Don't play it.
Nope. I don't either.
Yeah, so we also made a rule if none of us have played it, it's not going in. That's why Half-Life Alyx didn't make the list. After WWE, what do you think goes... Do you just want... Let's just rank the rest of these.
I'll put
I think
MGS
Anthem
Survive
goes next.
What'd you say, Missile?
No, MGS Survive is so much worse, though.
MGS Survive. Sorry, I missed it. Yeah, MGS Survive next.
What'd you say?
He said
I
Anthem.
just said Anthem.
Oh, I think Anthem goes next after that.
No, I think MGS Survive.
After MGS.
I think MGS was such a cash grab.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like a lot of these games, like both the games you mentioned, probably make the top 25. Noah. Well, maybe. I don't know. But Doom, I think, does. Alien Isolation, maybe. Because there's a lot of good indie games that need to be...
Wait, do we not have Contra on this list?
We don't.
I just don't think it's not that big.
I don't think it was that big. I think everybody... Because it looked really shit from... It wasn't like Fast and Furious where we expected it to be bad and it was just so god-awful. We expected it to be god-awful, and then it wasn't that big of a thing.
I just think also everyone was like, no one asked for this.
Yeah. Like, a lot of these ones that, like, a big part of them being on the list is how big of a fallout they left. I think, yeah, Anthem goes after MGS Survive. I think Scalebound probably goes... No, yeah, Scalebound goes next after that. Right? Hello?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Battleborn next. I think leaving it in this order from here on.
I think Gone to Death before Battleborn.
Yeah, I'm still not sure Battleborn deserves on this list.
Although I would say that Radical Heights might need to jump all the way in front of MGS Survive.
Ooh. Yeah, because of how because of the comments that Cliffy Bede made at E3 about Overwatch. For the Lawbreakers part, you remember this is Overwatch for like adults or whatever?
Yeah.
And then just how obviously it was a cash grab that game.
And then they were like, "Wait, we made a battle royale too. Please play it."
Yeah, please, we need money. We're because we don't know how to run a studio.
It has 90s edgy art.
I haven't made a game good since Unreal. Or no, did he work on Gears of War?
Yeah, he did.
Good Gears of War. Okay, I think this list is pretty good then. Wait. Yeah, that's everything. Yep. So we have 17 or 16. Diablo Immortal. Ugh. Scalebound, it's on here, Chumbly, along with Halo Legends, just for how much of a shit show it was that Microsoft canceled 2 big games that they were touting for years.
Yep.
Like, I think Scalebound would have been fine. I think it would have been fun. It wouldn't have been great. I think it would have been like 80 max on Metacritic. Fable Legends looked fun to me, honestly. But again, it's just that they like canceled because wasn't there more? There was what was the remake game? You know which one? It was an Xbox game, Phantom Dust. Phantom Dust. No Nintendo, correct.
I kind of want to put Bounty Battle on this list, even though it's not that high profile.
What?
What is that?
What is that?
It was the indie Smash game.
Oh, the one made by the people who play Melee and were like, it's just like Melee.
Yeah, and it was just...
We have a character that is literally just a Melee character, except it's based off a player.
What?
Like, if you look at some of the footage of that game,
it looked awful, and they kept trying to, they used a lot of their connections in the Smash scene to, make it... People have to pay attention to it.
Mm.
It was real bad. What was it called again? Missile?
Bounty Battle.
This is the one I'm thinking. Yeah, this is the one I'm thinking. It was free to play?
Yeah.
No, you're thinking of a different game than I am.
You're thinking Brawlhalla is the one that's free to play.
No, Bounty Battle is also free. No, I'm not thinking of either of those. I'm thinking of a different game.
I didn't even know this was a thing. I've never heard of this thing.
You guys think Jump Force about the Game Awards this year?
Wait, does Bounty Battle have Kim Possible in it?
What? Fuck, what was it called?
No Nintendo, no.
Smash Bros. Melee? No, not this either. Not this. No, not that. I can't figure it out, but I don't remember. I think that's really it though for all the best, for the worst games.
Yeah. I
think that's everything we can really talk about from this generation. We can talk about we can do the top 10 news stories, which number 1 or 2 would probably be just Ubisoft and all the shit coming out with Ubisoft right now, and then number 2 would be
number one would be Kojima.
Yeah, the holy hell that was. Then number 2 would probably be the Ubisoft stuff. Number 3 would probably be Microsoft buys Bethesda.
Oh, it's surprises.
Who did Microsoft buy right before that?
Wait, sorry. I was
Ninja
doing.
Theory?
Is it surprises we're doing?
I was just saying news stories.
Alright. I was going to say like Keanu at E3.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Keanu in Cyberpunk. I'm not making a formal list. I'm just listing out stuff because it's been a wild generation in terms of news stories.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what else because
Fallout 76 actually getting NPCs.
Fallout 76 just crashing Fallout 76 crashing and burning in flames.
Do you guys not have phones?
BioWare just being shitty.
Yeah.
Loot boxes.
Loot boxes, yeah. Battlefront 2.
Free Hong Kong.
Free Hong Kong.
Free Hong Kong. Diablo Immortal. Don't you have phones?
Yeah.
Don't you have phones?
The what's it called? We have a console for you if you want to play offline. It's called the 360.
Yeah.
Oh, here's how you share games.
Yeah, here's how you share games.
Yeah.
TV. Football, TV.
Yeah.
NFL, TV. Here's how you watch TV. Xbox, go home. Although, to be honest, the entire
PT.
Connect. Yeah, but PT's kind of just saying Kojima, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, I guess Kojima. That goes into the Kojima. Lord, that was.
Epic making their own store.
Yeah, the Epic Game Store. Fortnite blowing up.
PUBG.
Yeah, I guess.
Nobody wants a pink Darth Vader.
Nobody
Pedophile
wants.
in the bathroom.
Oh yeah, the Dr. Disrespect thing. You.
Yeah. I was saying nobody wants a pink Darth Vader.
Huh? I already said Battlefront.
Oh, did we? Okay, sorry.
Yeah. I can't think of any other big news stories. Generation Good. We already said Ubisoft, 25% of their employees saying that they've seen or been a victim of sexual harassment.
The announcement of PS5.
The announcement of the Pro and the Xbox Series, Xbox One X.
Yeah.
Because it's the first time we've ever had a mid-console, mid-generation upscale.
The one S.
Ugh, fucking the One X.
The One S.
This is like Fable Legends getting cancelled was pretty crazy.
Yeah, Scalebound being canceled, those two. That's like Scalebound, Phantom Dust, and Fable Legends all being canceled.
Crackdown not being canceled.
The reveal of the PlayStation 5 logo.
Oh my god! Yes. Here's what the PlayStation 5 logo
God,
is.
that was so dumb. It's like, wow, it's exactly
a
what.
video of the designer making the PS5 logo.
Yes, I have. I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, I'm trying to think of any big things that happened this generation. Other than the guy at the Bethesda E3 conference that wouldn't stop screaming.
The kids crying during Last Guardian. E3 of Dreams, by the way.
Yeah, E3 of Dreams. E3 of Dreams. Even if Final Fantasy 15 Final Fantasy 15 ending the way it did.
Final Fantasy 15 being okay, not terrible, not great.
It got better, I heard, with the updates and stuff, but the ending with the DLC, where they had 3 other DLC episodes planned and they canceled them. They just abruptly canceled it, and they said sorry.
Yeah, because they saw the pre-orders for Final Fantasy VII 3 years before the game would ever come out.
It was a different studio, though, completely. It's the people who are working on Project Athea.
Yeah.
It's just wild that the game got so fucked, I guess.
But then they realized that they can sell so many more copies of a new game.
What about
No Man's Sky?
What about Miyamoto turning up at the Ubisoft press conference?
That was cool. That was cute. Mario and Rabbids existing.
Yeah.
That is still wild. Just I'm trying to think of like anything. Yeah, like No Man's Sky,
I mean, like,
like
the-
the death,
the-
like
I
the
mean-
hype,
oh,
the
wait a
death, and
minute.
the
Whoa,
rebirth
whoa,
of
whoa,
No
whoa.
Man's Sky.
I mean, like the retro
Exodus-
consoles being announced is pretty big.
Wait, the Exodus?
Yeah, the exodus of all the people from PlayStation.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of big.
Or not Jim Ryan. Jim Ryan's the only person left. It's like Adam Boyes,
Geo Corsair.
Death of the
or whatever
VR.
his name-
Geo. What's the guy?
Geo
it's like
Cortez?
Sean.
Sean Layden.
Sean Layden.
Yeah.
And then who's the guy that was there like right when PS4 launched? It was like the president.
I can't remember his name.
Shuei swapping roles. Wow. Game Pass existing.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, Game Pass.
Yeah, the Epic Games Store we already said.
PlayStation 4's taking off into the stratosphere?
Yeah. It being the second highest selling console of all time.
I was more talking about the noise, but
Oh. I mean, there's that too.
Hello, dog.
I think that's really it though.
yeah.
Just real quick, we just need to go rewatch all those mandatory updates to get the biggest news stories from earlier in the gen. Yep. Okay. I think I'm gonna call stream and everything here though. We've been going for 4 hours, guys.
Jeez,
Oh
oh.
shit.
Yeah.
It's been a good conversation.
Yeah. No, we've
That's good.
been able to talk about a lot. You guys can see my OBS.
Damn.
Yeah, it's been long. Anyways, thanks to everybody who stopped by the stream and listened to us our somewhat coherent ramblings about games
Yeah. And
and making fun of
feel
bad
free to
games.
completely disagree with all our lists.
Yeah. Anyways, bye.
See y'all.
Bye!